Good evening. Today is Monday, April the 20th, 2026. It's 6 p.m. I'd like to call the special meeting for the Board of Selectmen to order.
Troy Lemire.
Kevin Bishop.
Paul Marino.
Paul Harrington.
Todd Archelashi.
Glenn Albanesius.
William Hester.
Cheryl Heffernan McGlynn.
William Pozo.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we get to citizens' comments, Town Manager has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did ask for a quick 2 seconds. A couple weeks ago, we went to referendum for the Pearson School roof project. Shortly after that, the Board of Selectmen has decided to put a building committee together. Those applications are due this Friday, the 24th. You can find the building committee application available on the town's website. Currently, we have 2 applications in. So this was a pitch to what I figured was going to be people that are excited about the Pearson School roof, that if you have any interest in joining the building committee, please put your application in. They are due to the town manager's office this Friday, which then I will forward off to the Board of Selectmen, and they will form that committee on the May 4th Board of Selectmen meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The applications are available.
Applications are available online, so really quickly, if you look at any of the TV screens, if you go to our town's website, there it is, sneak down to the bottom, feature announcements, click on the Join the Pearson, and then you can click right here. It is a fillable PDF. Send it right off to tmoffice@townofwinchester.org. It'll come directly to me, and I'll get it out to the board. And like I said, they're due this Friday. We are here till 12 on Friday, and I'll get it right off to the board for decisions on the 4th. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Item 3, citizens' comments. The Board of Selectmen welcomes public comments. It's anticipated that there will be many individuals who wish to speak tonight. Therefore, to be equitable, please try to remain within your 3 minutes. And you may speak once this round.
Sign sheet, too.
There is a sign-in sheet up here on the table. Please sign your name and address on it before you speak or when you speak. This portion of the meeting is not intended to serve as a forum for debate. It's for you to get your questions and concerns out. Any questions be raised will be referred to the town manager's office, and he will address them in a timely manner. Should a board member wish to speak, those comments will be made in Selectmen's comments and reports at the end of the meeting. These procedures are established to promote fairness, order, and full participation. All attendees are expected to conduct themselves with respect and decorum. Expressions of approval or disapproval, including but not limited to clapping, cheering, or booing, are not permitted. All remarks must be delivered in a respectful manner, please. This is a public meeting. Who would like to speak? Come on. Just turn the microphone on before you begin. There you go.
Good evening, members of the Board of Selectmen. My name is Barbara Silverio, 219 Walnut Street. I'm a lifelong resident of this town, as well as a proud principal of Pearson School. I have dedicated 26 years to the field of education, including the past 12 years serving in this role. Over that time, I have poured my heart into supporting the students and families of this community. As many of you know, I will be retiring effective July 1st, which makes this moment especially meaningful to me. During my tenure, our WPS team has worked tirelessly to improve instructional practices, recruit and retain qualified staff, strengthen operations, and build a positive culture and climate in our schools. These efforts have always been grounded in a commitment to providing the highest quality educational experience possible within the constraints of our budget. I have seen firsthand what happens when we have the financial support necessary to do this work well. Our students are staffed, our schools are staffed appropriately, our educators have the tools they need, and our students benefit. I've also experienced the opposite. What happens when we are understaffed and under-resourced? The consequences are not short-term. They create lasting setbacks that take years to overcome and directly impact the quality of education our students receive. I stand before you tonight to urge you in the strongest possible terms to bring the superintendent's proposed school budget to the voters without any further cuts. Our schools are already facing significant challenges, particularly in special education staffing and support staffing. Any delay or reduction in this budget will create a devastating ripple effect beginning this July and extending far beyond. It is critical that we begin the school year with functional, fully staffed system. The work that must happen over the summer, creating time-efficient instructional schedules, hiring staff to fill vacancies, placing students into classrooms, planning professional development, preparing instructional and operational materials, establishing plans for a strong culture and climate, and confidently communicating a comprehensive plan to staff and families cannot be delayed. These are not optional steps, they are foundational. If the school system falls behind at the start, recovery will not take weeks or even months, it will take years. There is not a minute to waste. I respectfully urge you to pass the budget as proposed and allow the residents of this town to make their voices heard. And I urge our community to come together to support this budget on the first vote. Our students, our educators, and the future of this town depend on it. I will leave you with these words from Nelson Mandela: there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next?
I would.
I think we need to move the sheet over to the other table so that people can sign up and then
Okay.
afterward.
My name is Blaine O'Mara, 1187 Sawmill Hill Road. And I find myself with a heavy heart and sadness as I'm here speaking for the neurodivergent community. For this is not only the month of Autism Awareness, Acceptance, and Aspiration Month, but it is also the day to propose a budget which will not only eliminate special ed teachers, administrators, and paras, but in doing so, directly threaten and attack every child, teen, and young adult in the school system, as well as the neurodivergent community as a whole. I hope that having a few selectmen who are parents with children in Winstead school systems will enlighten the rest of the selectmen who have been, based on the current decisions, have a non-empathetic mindsets to the decisions being made through a parent's eye. So now the only true way to have you all understand the consequences of cutting special ed staff members is to see life through the eyes of an autistic. To leave a neurodiverse student without true guidance, resources, and advocacy result in two paths. Either the stress and overwhelming emotions within the school system will drive them to a burnout and meltdown in which a student themselves or both are hurt, which will lead to a lawsuit against the school and the town of Winstead, as well as parents' decision to seek advocacy and resources out of district, increasing what the town has to pay for the out-of-district fed students. Or the neurodivergent student may resort to camouflaging their autism, masking, which may seem like a great idea to neurotypicals, until years later when the mask breaks and all the emotions and struggles are released all at once in the form of a panic attack, in my case 3 years ago, a heart attack or worse. Going through that is bad enough without adding the other traumatic consequences of masking, which include burnout mentally, and from the mask breaking, a high chance of skill regression, in which they'll lose social skills such as communication, cooking, and or driving. And so by making the decision to cut special ed staff, each selectman that agrees to the cuts will be in violation of Article 3, Section 302 ordinance, in which the Board of Selectmen have the power to enact, amend, or repeal ordinances for the preservation of good order, peace, health, and safety of the town and its inhabitants. For how can any student of Winsted, both neurotypical and neurodivergent, feel safe and at peace when resources and advocates that protect their mental health are being threatened by the few selectmen who have no empathy for them nor understanding of the struggles as well as triumphs of being neurodivergent? For getting through a school day without losing all their energy to be able to do what they love is a triumph. We will all hate for it to come to a point where parents would have to file a lawsuit against the towns, including both the Board of Education and Board of Selectmen. But if we don't go out of our way to show compassion that can cause a chain reaction of the same proportion as Rachel Drew Scott would have wanted in all schools, then we would have two choices. Either we go through and ride the ship with the consequences and lawsuits, or we have to basically give up. But I know that the parents, advocates, and the neurodivergent community will pursue the advocacy and support that those like me need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to speak next?
Hi, my name's Tim Strahan, and I actually brought something for each of you selectmen to look at. My son will be, we have our next PPT for him coming up May 15th. He has a severe disability he was born with, hemihydranencephaly. And so I just want to read you the email that my wife has composed here. Gavin's story began with uncertainty. When he was about 6 or 7 months old, we began to notice that he was developing differently than other children. The milestones that parents often watch for, rolling, crawling, babbling, did not unfold in the ways we expected. But in truth, our journey had begun even earlier. As an infant, Gavin required surgery at just 3 months old to correct the premature closure of his skull. The procedure was successful, and he began helmet therapy afterwards. During that time, however, we started to notice that something more might be going on. Gavin struggled with low muscle tone and had difficulty holding his head up and maintaining trunk support. At first, we were told that some of the delays might be related to the helmet. But as the months went on, we began noticing other signs that were harder to explain away. Gavin's legs and hips seemed unusually tight. He often kept his right arm fisted and tucked closely against his torso. What followed were months of appointments and very difficult conversations with neurosurgeons, orthotists, and therapists as we searched for answers. When Gavin was 10 months old, he underwent an MRI. That's the MRI you have in front of you. The MRI changed everything. The scan revealed that Gavin is missing the majority of the left hemisphere of his brain, a condition known as hemihydranencephaly, believed to have been caused by a stroke while he was still in utero. As a result, Gavin lives with hemiplegia, coordination challenges, and developmental delays. His condition is extraordinarily rare. We have been told there are only a handful of documented cases worldwide. Because of that, there is a very little scientific research to guide families like ours. From the beginning, doctors explained that much of Gavin's future would remain uncertain, and uncertain it has been. We did not know if Gavin would ever crawl. We did not know if he would speak. We did not know if he would walk, or what his cognitive abilities might be. For a long time, we lived in the space between hope and uncertainty, learning to celebrate progress in ways we never had before. But Gavin has never been defined by what he lacks. He's been defined by what he continues to show us is possible. From the very beginning, our family made a choice. We would surround Gavin with faith, determination, and every possible opportunity to help him discover what he can do. Along the way, we have been incredibly blessed by an extraordinary circle of support. Family members, therapists, physicians, teachers, community programs, and friends who have rallied around Gavin and our family. Gavin's care team is extensive and intentionally built. We have carefully curated a group of specialists across multiple institutions, bringing together the best and brightest minds, regardless of where they work, for the singular purpose of meeting Gavin's unique needs. His care includes an incredible team through Connecticut's Birth to 3 program, as well as specialists at Connecticut's Children's Medical Center, where he receives physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, pool therapy, orthotics care, and neurological support. Gavin is also supported by physician and specialists at Yale New Haven's Children's Hospital and Shriners Children, each contributing their expertise to different aspects of his care. In addition, Gavin received specialized evaluation and guidance through the stroke clinic at Boston Children's Hospital, where physicians focus specifically on pre- and perinatal strokes. The collaboration between these institutions has allowed us to explore every possible avenue to support Gavin's development. One of those paths included constraint therapy, designed to help strengthen neurological connections and encourage use of Gavin's right side. He has also participated in clinical research focused on children with hemiplegia, giving us hope that continued advancements in treatment may open even more possibilities for him. And perhaps Gavin's greatest champion of all is his big sister, Bella. Bella is the biggest cheerleader, his playmate, and one of the people who motivates him most to keep trying, keep moving, and keep exploring the world. The bond they share is something truly special. Today, Gavin's almost 3 years old, and he continues to surprise us every day. Counts to 18, he knows his ABCs and his colors, loves music and singing, and is curious, joyful, and deeply engaged with the world around him. Cognitively, he's incredibly present. His personality shines through in everything he does. Physically, Gavin faces significant challenges due to hemiplegia and developmental delays related to his condition. While many children his age are running and climbing, Gavin currently rolls and army crawls to get where he wants to go. Yet, he approaches every movement with determination. He will not be stopped. We continue to pursue every therapy and treatment that may help Gavin reach his fullest potential, including an upcoming spinal surgery that we hope will improve his mobility and open new possibilities for him physically. Early on after Gavin's diagnosis, someone asked a question that has stayed with me ever since. What is the ceiling for Gavin's development? It struck me deeply then, and it still does today. Because the truth is, no one should place a ceiling on a child. Children are not defined by diagnosis, predictions, or statistics. Every child arrives in this world with their own unique combination of strengths, challenges, and possibilities. Gavin's journey has taught us something even bigger than our own story. While Gavin's needs may be visibly different, the reality is that every child has special needs in some form. Some are physical and obvious, others are invisible. Some children are gifted in extraordinary ways. Some are neurodivergent. Some are siblings navigating complex family dynamics, and some shine in the arts other than mathematics, athletics, compassion, or creativity. Each child carries their own unique gifts and obstacles. Our responsibility as families, educators, and communities is not to define limits for them, but to meet them where they are and empower them to grow into the best possible versions of themselves. Because every child deserves that chance, Gavin's story is still being written. And while we may not know exactly what the future holds, we do know this: he has already overcome more than anyone could have predicted, and he continues to teach us every day about resilience, possibility, and the power of community that believes in a child. Our children are our tomorrow, and when we invest in them, every one of them, we invest in a future that is stronger, kinder, and full of possibility. And that's a note from his lead doctor. But while my son might have more extreme and is entering, all kids have their needs. And I think right now our system can't meet all our needs. A cut is irresponsible and quite likely might force me to sue a town that I wish to build in. I don't want to sue you, but if you don't pass a budget that can support these kids, I will sue this town the extent of every penny I can get. I want to work together. I want to work. I want to build in this town.
8 minutes, Todd.
If you don't let me, then I don't know. That's it.
Who would like to speak next?
Hi, my name's Caroline Johnson. I have a third grader at Pearson. She loves it. She's also, sorry, nervous, type 1 diabetic, meaning she needs insulin every time she eats. It also means that if she gets overdose of insulin, she can go low, she can go to a diabetic coma. It wouldn't be good. It has taken me, she's 8 now, since she was diagnosed at 3, to probably this year to be comfortable with with her in a public setting, school, I don't have to worry about her. The nurse is on top of it, she's fantastic, she calls me to check, she's great. If you guys take away this budget and there's one nurse for 2 schools, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna how can I make sure my kid is safe? And that's what you need to keep this budget. There needs to be kids to know they're safe. And that's all I ask. Thank you.
Please sign in on this sheet over here. Next.
Hi, my name's Tyler Asbury, 233 Colebrook Road. I think decisions to preemptively cut the school budget right now are jumping the gun. I think you guys are kind of making some decisions here before all the cards have been dealt. There's an important timing reality in front of you that I think changes how this decision should be approached. Governor Ned Lamont has announced $100 million in new education funding to be released this year for Connecticut Public Schools, aiming to assist districts with urgent budget needs, and Winchester is not on the sidelines. Advocacy has already happened. Jay Case, Board of Education Chair Werner, Superintendent Luby, Congressman John Larson, Selectman Bishop, and Town Manager Harrington have all spoken directly with the Education Commissioner and the Governor's office. We are very much in the conversation. And importantly, you are not out of time. You can present the current education budget at the town budget meeting next month. You have time to adjust it before it goes to referendum. Why cut now? Before we know what support is coming. Because once you cut, it is not easy to undo. As Town Manager Harrington said at the last meeting, if we get state aid after the cuts, adding money back later isn't just a simple adjustment. It can require reopening the budget, triggering additional approvals, and potentially even a new referendum to reallocate funds. That's a slow, bureaucratic process. And in the meantime, the damage of moving too fast with incorrect numbers will have already been done. But if you hold the education budget where it is today, you preserve flexibility. If the funding comes through, you will have protected the schools and can incorporate that funding cleanly without disruption and without extra work for all of you. If it doesn't, you still have time and ability to make accurate adjustments before the referendum. There's no downside to waiting, but there's real risk in acting too early. This is a moment where restraint is actually the most responsible move. Hold the line now, keep your options open, and give this town the chance to benefit from the work that has already been done on its behalf by Jay Case, Board of Education Chair Werner, Superintendent Luby, Representative Lannon, Selectman Bishop, and Town Manager Harrington. Thank you very much.
Who's next?
Hello, Jennifer Mitchell, North Drive, Winston. I've spoken at the Board of Education, I haven't spoken to you, so this might be redundant for those of you who heard me speak before, but it's important, and it feels as though we have to keep revisiting it because it's not being heard. Hopefully enough parents can show up and express how serious it is, what the proposal is to cut in this town. I'm a parent of 2 special needs children, and they have thrived in Winchester schools. One of them's at Gilbert and has done amazing. The strides he's made are just unreal. The other has really turned around this year. He's in 5th, and so we're hoping to keep him on that track. So, what I've noticed is there seems to be a clear disconnect between public perception and the actual cost of running a modern school system. Education today is not what it was decades ago. Schools are responsible not only for academics, but for meeting a wide range of behavioral, developmental, and special education needs, many of which are legally required. These are not optional, these are things that we legally must do. But if they don't have the funds, those things won't be done. So even though legally we have to give those services to the children, you can't make people volunteer to be interventionists or special education paras or behavioral advocates No one volunteers for that, that's not how life works. So if you cut these things, the kids are gonna go out of district. And that's gonna cost all of us much more than if you give our schools what they need, so they can hire the people that we need, and we can keep kids in district. Revisiting the point I attempted to make at the Board of Education meeting. Sorry, the last time I spoke, special education in particular is not optional, and when we don't have the resources locally, we're forced to send students out of district at a significant cost. That being said, this isn't just a question of what we can afford today, it's a question of what it will cost us if we don't invest in the schools today. Because underfunding schools doesn't eliminate the cost, it shifts the cost. It just changes it. It doesn't eliminate it, because like it or not, legally, we will have to pay for them to be educated somewhere else if we can't educate them here. At some point, we have to decide what kind of town we want to be. One that invests in its future, or one that continues to fall behind. Communities that invest in their schools grow. The ones that don't. I grew up here. This is a story as old as time. I have been going to these meetings since I was a child, because my mother was very active in fighting for our schools and in fighting for this town to be better. And I made the choice to bring my family back here after leaving for 10 years and convinced my husband that Connecticut has the best schools. That's why we need to live here. And now we have to come and fight for that. Instead of us investing in these kids and investing in our future and making this town what so many of us believe it can be. So send it, let the town decide. Let the people go to referendum and see what happens. But stop taking from the kids. Find it somewhere else. Because you're gonna have to if you cut it. Because you don't have to pay for it if they get outsourced.
Please make sure you sign. Who wants to speak next?
Marcia Sterling. I think it's important to set the stage. The school board has had $1 million increase in each of the last 2 years. You are not proposing currently to cut the school budget, you're proposing to increase it by $2,050,000. So there's not a cut on the table right now. And in fact, I think it's important to understand, as the Board of Finance, your job is to make smart decisions on behalf of the taxpayers. They and the voters, they hire you effectively to make the judgments that they need to have made on their behalf. And again, maybe a little bit of redundancy, but I want to repeat something I said at the Board of Ed discussion about this. We are lucky we have a local school district that's comparable to ours. New Hartford has about 450 students in their elementary pre-K through 6 system, just like we do. We have about 600. Both districts report data to the state annually. Our statistics are roughly the same. We have the same free and reduced lunch statistics. They're around 28 to 30%. It bumps around, but it's the same. We have the same special needs statistics. We're actually slightly lower. We're at just under 19, around 19, and they're around 21%. So the student populations are comparable. We actually have a lower student-teacher ratio. In other words, we have more teachers per student and more teachers in classrooms than they do. But there's an overall statistic that looks at the performance of the school districts. New Hartford's performance statistic is 77, which is the goal of the current administration, is to be in the high 70s. Winstead's is 62, and it has been in the low 60s for the last several years. So we have put more and more money into the system, and we have not gotten results. I would ask you to ask the school board, what is happening with that money? Why have we seen no increase in performance? And again, we have the same special needs population. It may not be identical person for person, but percentage-wise, it's the same. The other thing I think as a Board of Finance, you need to appreciate that at a $2,050,000 increase with an average household payment of $7,000 in property taxes, you better be finding 300 more households in the next year if you want to share that burden equitably. Otherwise, you're asking all of the taxpayers who've already put up an extra 5% 2 years ago, 7% last year, another 10% this year, for something where you still don't know where the money's going or what's happening. To quote the recent Supreme Court ruling against the tariffs, Simply because the government needs the money is not an explanation for leveling a tax. So I think it's important to find out what is going on and why aren't we getting better performance for the amount of money that we're spending. And in terms of let the people decide, I agree. Let the people decide. But what that means is make sure the vote happens on a Saturday, when the largest taxpayers who come in for the weekend, who live out of town, get a chance to vote. You put this on a Tuesday or a Thursday or a weekday, and you comfort yourself with the idea of, well, they can come into the clerk's office and vote, so that's okay. Well, they're not here when the clerk's office is open. And by the way, if the clerk decides to accommodate people and have something open on a Saturday, well, he gets attacked for doing something that's illegal and wrong and immoral, for allowing people to vote. I think it's rich to have people say that they want to disenfranchise the people that have to actually bear the lion's share of the burden. I am for investing in the school district, but I am also for making sure we get what we pay for. We've already gone up to $24 million, and by the way, that's not the total number, because they get several $1 million at the federal and state level as well.
Begin to wrap up, please, you're over 3.
Sure. I don't know the timing, as this gentleman mentioned in terms of timing, but the other thing I'll share with you is, yes, there was a meeting with the Board of Head Chair, and the head of the school district, state school district. And their message was, you people have extra admin, you have extra people, we all know this, you have another extra body involved. Figure out how to solve that problem, figure out how to get a long-term contract with those folks, figure out how to cut your administrative staff. That's where you're gonna get the money to pay for things. That's what you need to do. And that was actually a message from a Democratic administration to our school district in the last 6 months. Thank you.
Who would like to speak next?
Good evening, Selectmen and Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, my name is John Pollock, and I live at 502 East Wakefield Boulevard. I've been a resident here for at least 30 years, and every April, every May, it's the same old story. We need more money for the school. I have absolutely no problem having the children and the teachers earn a respectable income, and the students learn. But as the young lady before me just mentioned, there's a lot of waste going on. For years, we've had problems with Gilbert School. It's been a tax burden on the town, as far as I know. Every year, we are asked to pay a little bit more for the school board, a little bit more. She mentioned it was 10%. Now I understand it's close to 9%. There's a lot of people in the town of Winston that do not work, they're retired. I am a retired person. My pension is small, and last year I got a cost of living of 2.7%. So if you do some kind of a compounding of interest, maybe like in another 10 years, I'm probably not gonna be able to live here. I'll have to sell my house and move someplace else, because I just can't afford these property taxes. It's ridiculous. I feel for all the students and everything else, but there has to be something else has to be addressed here. There was another town in Connecticut, I forgot. It was just on the news this morning. I'm sure somebody here will remember it, and they're gonna try to close 2 schools down because it's just too expensive, and the student population has dropped. I think that might have been Marcia that spoke before me, but I'm not sure. But I also remember that there's a lot of times that people here, their kids go to school and then their grades are always lower. They're always in the lowest. 77% she mentioned, and now we're down to 62%. So what are we spending all of this money for? I understand there's special needs students, but the kids aren't really learning anything. Right now, the price of gas is $4.10. Home heating oil is close to $5.80 a gallon, which is ridiculous. Food is up 10%. We're gonna have to make some type of cuts in the budget, and education should not be exempt. It has to have, we have to have skin in the game. Something has to come from the education department, and since it's the biggest source of expenses for the town, town's property taxes, it has to be done. We have to think of the people that live here. A lot of retirees, like I said, live here. They're afraid, I'm sure, to come here and speak. I can see how it's stacked. Everybody from the school board wants a raise, and not a raise, but they want money for the education, but it's just not around. So I'm asking the selectmen to consider other people that don't show up, and especially the elderly and the retirees and the people that are on fixed income, before they decide on the budget and make the right decision. And if we can do something with Gilbert eventually, or get rid of some of these, I don't know, administrators, departments, etc., you would be doing the town a world of good. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next?
Hello, my name's Todd Broder, 130 East Lake Street. And I'd just like to say that, you know, of course, nobody wants to pay more in taxes. That's not a unique thing to this town or anywhere else. But I do feel that preemptively asking for a lower budget before it goes in front of the voters is a bad idea. If the voters get the chance to make their decision on the budget as it stands, I think that's perfectly fine. If it has to go back and forth a little bit, then that will accurately reflect the will of the people. But cutting it before it even gets in front of the public, I think is a bad idea. It's very similar to deciding ahead of time that you're not going to maintain your house properly. It starts to, at first it feels like you're saving money, but eventually by putting off that basic maintenance, damage starts to accumulate. Eventually it becomes unmanageable, and eventually you reach a point where you are just simply trying to prevent absolute disaster. We do not want to end up in that position without even having put this in front of the public. What was asked for has already been cut $500,000. At this point, further cuts are people. We start losing staff. That has obvious long-term implications. So it is not a simple matter of, well, we can cut it this year and then maybe bring them back later. But eventually, we will have to deal with the unemployment obligations from that, the higher base salaries, because the lower base salaries get cut first. If the class sizes increase, that increases the per student cost, because we have to pay for a higher per pupil overage for those classes. And also, then eventually, even if we do come up with the funds, we have to find a way to rebuild those programs that have been dismantled, which is certainly not an easy process. We will not come out ahead if we do that. A well-run town is very much like a well-maintained house. It will continue to support you. It will continue to produce dividends. So again, I think it's a poor choice to cut before this gets in front of the voters. I encourage you to leave it as is and let the voters have their say. And I think that's truly the way forward. And I believe during the previous meeting, there were a number of proposals for ways to find cuts in other parts of the budget, and also additional sources of revenue. And also, I agree with the person who spoke before, who said that we do not have to make this decision immediately. Today does not have to be the day that we decide which path to take. The delay hurts no one and allows us, all of us, the chance to potentially find other solutions. That was all I had to say. Thank you for your time and attention.
Who wants to speak next?
Hi there, I'm Jeanette Broder, 130 East Lake Street. As a mom of 2 young adults with different needs, I want to thank all of the parents who took the time out to come to speak. Many parents of children with different needs can't get here tonight. But I hope that you'll think of them as you look at the school budget and don't make any more cuts. Further reductions will strip the schools of basic offerings, increase the class sizes, and decrease safety for the children due to not only the elimination of safety officers, but by cutting a principal and requiring one principal to move between 2 schools. Having one principal who is unavailable half the time at each school means that teachers and administrators lack the support necessary to manage the day-to-day, let alone crisis. This exposes the school system and the town to potential exposure to legal actions from parents. I ask you to please not make any further cuts. As parents with no children in this district, I am happy to pay my share so that all the children will get what they need.
I don't want to talk again, I just want to mention, people should sit in the far left chair because your voice is not picked up otherwise, and the people listening at home can't hear.
Is that microphone Velcro?
It's
Put the microphone closer to the chairs, Paul. I think that'll solve the problem.
Who wishes to speak next?
Which chair am I supposed to sit in then?
Either one
Either one is fine.
I don't really know that. I'm supposed to give your name, right? My name is Mary Pollock, and I'm a resident of Winstead. I have subbed a lot in the public schools and taught in the Catholic schools. And I'm not an expert on anything, and I actually don't know a whole lot about this budget at all. I came to a meeting, but you can't hear things, and there's always just, I don't know, I just don't have a lot of information about the budget. And we go to these meetings a lot, like it comes like in May, right before the budget's coming out, and when the schools are still in, so anybody at the schools can be told about, to come to vote. But there's nobody anymore that tells the town. There used to be some guy that used to put a sign up that they were gonna have a budget vote. But I don't know how to, I'm not criticizing you, because I know everybody works hard, and I'm just trying to make the statement that I'm probably not alone. People don't even know about it. We got a phone call from a friend, we made a we knew that there was something going on. We went to another meeting, somebody told us to go. But I just don't know anything about the budget, and I don't have any necessary solutions, but my gut feeling is that I know there's a lot of great teachers in the school, a lot of very dedicated teachers that work very hard. I know that there's lots of different problems in the schools, but I didn't know that it was my responsibility to pay for all of it. It's not that you don't want to pay for it, it's not that you don't care about the kids, you care about the kids a lot. It's just that I think that we're stuck in some kind of a systemic thing, that this is what we've always done, this is how you have to, you get money from the state and then you're beholden to them for something else, or they have mandates and they're not really paying for it with their mandates, and there's something that has to be done, and I don't know what it is, and that's not really gonna affect this vote. But I think it would be a great idea to at least get some leaders, or some very good superintendent leader that could actually lead this and see, you can come and vote for a budget, but if I hadn't heard that man speak about his child, I feel really guilty now that I'm speaking against it. But I do think that the fact that we're talking is good. I just think that we have such a potential in this town of people, and such a potential to do things, and it just never gets done. And that's not because it's anybody's fault. It's not the selectmen's fault. It's not anybody's fault. It's just that I just think we need to think outside of the box a little bit, think a little bit different. If Gilbert's a private school, maybe we should get more money to have people make us a private school. to build a private school. There's lots of classical education things you can get for people. There's other things you could do. So that's my point right there, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Mary? Yeah, you can talk and then sign in.
No.
Kim, you
Kim, you can talk and then sign.
and then sign in afterwards.
And my name is I love this town. I love it more than I can say. I moved here 23 years ago, and I may have to move. My taxes have been raised 3 times the amount of when I moved here. I'm on a retired income. I have autism in my family. In fact, I'm part of the spectrum. I know how difficult it is. But this system is broken. We have a school where we need to hire people to have walkie-talkies to run after children that are running out of the schoolroom. We have a school that does not allow the teachers to discipline the children. I know because one of my friends worked there last year. She got sent to the principal's office because she asked a child to write 100 times, "I will not do whatever the child did." She got sent to the principal's office and was told, "We can't discipline the children." So my question is, with all these good teachers, how are they supposed to teach children when they're not allowed to discipline? Because without discipline, you don't learn self-discipline. And how are they supposed to teach children with all the mayhem going on in these classrooms? I've heard about it. I know about it. It's awful. It's a broken system. What we need is the Montessori system because we have very special people with very special needs. But throwing lots of money at it is not the answer. It simply isn't the answer. And you're taxing people out of town. And I don't want to leave this town. I love this town. And I love children. It just doesn't make sense to me that this problem can't be resolved by going old school. Old school, where in 2nd grade I had 50 classmates, one none, and we knew the multiplication table at the end. You know why? Discipline. The none was allowed to discipline the children. If you have children that run the school instead of the teacher being able to run the classroom, that's not a good thing. Not all, but many parents aren't teaching their children that authority needs to be respected, that your teacher needs to be respected, that common courtesy is something to learn, that when you disrupt, you take away from another bright child. It's a broken system. It needs to be fixed. I could give you some ideas, but any undergraduate can see this is a broken system, and I'm asking you to please, don't force me out of my house. That little 1,250 square feet has my heart. I love this town. I can't afford another increase because once you increase, it stays forever. It never goes away. It never goes down. It only goes up, 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 and up. So please, I love the special needs community. There's got to be a solution, but just throwing money at it is not the answer. Thank you.
Okay. No applause, please. Who would wish to speak next?
Good evening, all. My name is Matt Smith, 662 East Wakefield Boulevard. I've certainly been watching this situation over the last 2 years. I made it a point to look at all of the various school board meetings, the selectmen meetings, and I certainly care about the town. And I'm sure there's no one in this town that doesn't want a great education for their children. That's what I'd like to see happen. And I'm sure there's no one in this town that doesn't want to see all the special needs children have all the proper education that they need. So that said, the real problem is we have a broken school system. We have a bifurcated school system. We have 600 children that go from pre-K to 6th grade, and then we have another 600 kids that go from 7th to 12th grade. And the two do not communicate very well at all. And that boils down to the two people that lead those two schools. And I have been very dissatisfied over the last 2 years with the way the superintendent, Luby, has handled things, to be honest. And I think it's important to call it out. So we have a broken school system. We have someone that has come up here as a professional, a superintendent, that has to solve these problems. It's not the time to solve the problems during the budget season. It's time to solve the problems during the year when we have those issues. The school bus issue for $1.3 million did not happen yesterday. It's been here. It should have already been solved. And we would have saved that money. And then we would have had more money for our children and more money for our special needs. The fact that the school systems are bifurcated is a serious problem. We have a speed bump in the middle where two schools that don't talk to each other have to take children from the 6th to the 7th grade. It's a big problem. It doesn't work out very well. And we know that from scores and other things. So the inherent problem is we have to fix our school system. We can't just throw money at it. We have to make sure that it's done properly. I know one of the selectmen brought forward that Ms. Luby didn't have conversations with regards to talking about the contractor, Gilbert, and what they were going to do with reducing their budget. Well, as far as I know, Gilbert's always worked with the other school system, with the WPS, when budgets were tight, and they've reduced those numbers. So it's mind-boggling to me that at the end of a situation like this in budget season, that you would not have an answer to those simple questions of what it would be. And I believe maybe they had a conversation today, but from what I understand, that she did not ask the questions. Someone else had to ask the questions, and I'm sure they're going to come forward some point and tell you what those numbers are. But it seems ridiculous that the superintendents of the schools aren't hand in hand here, discussing these issues, solving these problems, and making sure that we don't misspend our funds. We have a lot of money that we receive as a school district. We have a lot of money that the townspeople put in there. On a price per child, the numbers look great. On the amount of money we spend, it looks great. We are not doing the job right as a combined school system.
Matt,
And the
you have
sad
3
thing
minutes.
is,
Please speak at
yeah, I will. And the sad thing is, it could be a great school system. We could have the benefit of public and private, and we could have one of the best school systems in Connecticut. So with that in mind, I think you better look at your leadership, or lack thereof, in your schools, and put their feet to the fire to fix these things for once and for all. And we'll have all the money for our children, and we'll have all the money for a great education in our schools. Thank you.
Who would like to speak next?
Matt, did you sign in?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I read something from someone that can't be here, or is that not allowed?
Sure. Just give their name.
I'll have my own lady. I'm reading this for Mary Ann Marino, who cannot be here because her mom is in the hospital. And I'm sorry for you, Paul, too, as
Thank
well.
you.
Whose mom's in the hospital. She had planned to be here but cannot be. So I will read what she just texted me. There has been a repeated assertion in these discussions that the superintendent should be negotiating with Gilbert because they are a vendor. But the record shows something different. At the February 5th BOE meeting, when question was raised about whether Gilbert could tap into over $1 million in available COVID relief funds and roughly $600,000 in their non-lapsing account, Board of Ed Chair Werner stated that he would take on that conversation directly with Board of Ed member Frank Oliveri. At the February 26th BOE meeting, we learned how that was handled. Board Chair Werner reported that he had spoken with Gilbert headmaster Mike Susi, who stated they had already contributed $250,000 from reserves, and Chairman Werner accepted that as sufficient. He did not at any time direct Superintendent Luby, who we as know answers to the BOE, to go over and negotiate herself. I suppose that any of you at this table would not go over your boss's head either. At the same time, the Board of Education, based on the pressure they perceived they were getting from the selectmen, went on to already cut $500,000 in their ask. So we are left with a very clear imbalance. Gilbert contributes $250,000 from reserves. Public schools absorb $500,000 in cuts that directly affect student and staff. This is not parity, and it raises a larger issue of accountability. If Gilbert is to be treated as a vendor, the negotiation is not symbolic. It should be rigorous, transparent, and outcome-driven. And that responsibility rests with leadership. That leadership consists of our electeds. It is also important to recognize that Gilbert is not without resources or representation in this process. Public filings show that Gilbert retains a professional lobbying firm to advocate at the state level and has done so for many years at the tune of $18,000 per year. Again, that is not a criticism. It underscores that Gilbert is organized, resourced, and capable of engaging strategically when it chooses to. Let us also acknowledge that Headmaster Susi from the Gilbert School did not attend either budget workshop, nor is he here in this room tonight, despite repeated requests from the Board of Ed Chair Werner, various selectmen, and the town manager from what she understands. She said from what I understand, but she understands. That is, in itself, is clearly strategic. The town should expect comparable levels of engagement from our high school vendor, who I might add is only a vendor because it has a building, when local taxpayers and students are being asked to absorb cuts. Before moving further forward with further reductions to public education, there should be confidence that every part of the education system has been asked to participate fairly. Right now, the burden is not being shared evenly. If we are asking our public schools to make deep cuts, then we should expect the same level of sacrifice and transparency from Gilbert. That is not unreasonable, it is responsible. I'll write her name down.
No applause, please. All right, we're going to adjourn this meeting and reconvene the 7 o'clock meeting in just a couple of minutes. There'll be another public comment section there for anyone that would like to speak again or speak for the first time. 6:57, the meeting's.
You should call for a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, Bill. All in favor? Unanimous?
So that closes this one, and then we'll reopen at 7.
Please take your seats. We're going to restart the next meeting. Good evening. Today is Monday, April 20th. I'd like to call the regular Board of Selectmen meeting to order.
Troy Lemire.
Kevin Bishop, Paul Marino.
Paul Harrington.
Todd Archelashi.
Glenn Albanesius.
William Hester.
Cheryl Hefner McGlynn.
William Pozo.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would like to make an announcement that this is the 2-year anniversary for Town Manager Harrington. Congratulations. You've made it this far. You got a special announcement?
If there's any new residents that joined us in the last hour at the start of the special meeting at 6 o'clock, we did get Pearson School roof project approved at referendum a few weeks ago. We are looking at forming, the Board of Selectmen is looking at forming a building committee. Applications are due into my office this Friday, the 24th. You can find them available on the town's website. Just go under feature announcements. You'll see an article which will link you to the application. So if you have interest of helping get that roof put on the building, it's a summer of 27 build. So a little bit of time, but we are looking for residents that are looking to volunteer to be part of the Pearson School roof project. Applications online. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And once again, we're back to citizens' comments. We welcome public comments. With the full room, we anticipate a lot of people will wish to speak. So, to be fair, please make sure you try to keep your speeches within the 3 minutes. You may speak once this round. There will be a second round later on. All speakers are requested to give their name, sign in at the sheet over here when you're done speaking. It's not meant to be a debate back and forth. It's your opportunity to voice your concerns. Any questions that arise will be directed to the town manager's office. He will respond to them in a timely manner. Should a Board of Selectmen member wish to comment, they will at the end of the meeting and Selectmen's comments and reports. To promote fairness and full participation, please make sure you remain courteous and respectful when you're speaking, and no clapping, cheering, booing, or other outbursts are permitted at a public meeting. Who would like to speak? Don't be shy.
No, go ahead.
Good evening, Selectmen. Kurt Warner, 82 Crown Street, Winston, Connecticut. I'm also the board chair of our Board of Ed. At the last meeting, you tasked me to reach out to Gilbert and get some insight into whether they'd be willing to share in the potential cuts that we are possibly facing. I did reach out to head of school Susie, who was on vacation. I do want to clear up a few things. They did not decline to be here. They were unavailable to be here. The choice of words could change a lot of perspective. In speaking with him and speaking to the board chair of the Gilbert Corp, they are willing to go back to the board, speak to the board about potential cuts. Head of school Susie is developing scenarios to bring to the board. Unfortunately, we will not be meeting until Wednesday night, so we're kind of down to the hour of when we'd have an idea of the likelihood that the board will vote on potential cuts, and also the how much they are willing to participate within the cuts. But there is a willingness on their side. So I just wanted to address that to the board to help you in your decisions with this. I also want to speak to a couple things. I did have some people put words in my mouth. The commissioner, while I did meet with her for about 45 minutes, she did address the fact that she would like to see WPS and Gilbert come to a contract resolution that could potentially bring more revenue into the town through the state funding. She did not say that we had too much administration. I want to clear that up. I hope people are very careful about the words they put into other people's mouths. So I just want to clear that up and make sure that people understand that there are people fighting for this town. She also made it very clear as a commissioner that we are not the only town in this state that are having revenue issues. If you look at the news, there are many, many states. ECS is the buzzword of the year. Every day you're talking about ECS funding and all that. And while it'd be great if the Republican legislators' proposal to bring another $1.1 million to this town through ECS funding would be approved, I don't see the likelihood of that happening. I will say, as many of you had witnessed, our board went through an extensive process in determining what our budget would be presented to you, and we did end up cutting $500,000. This year was a perfect storm. We had $1 million increase between Gilbert and WPS in insurance. We had COVID relief grants disappear. We've been flat funded from the state through ECS since 2017. And we also, as a town, historically has a hard time paying for budgets. I think the record for our town is 7 budget referendums. Hopefully we don't get to that this year. But we have a hard time as taxpayers having a willingness. And when we were flat funded,
Kurt, so we have to wrap up.
when we were flat funded for 10 years, we've been playing catch up ever since. Yes, we had a huge increase last year. It didn't come close to supporting the staff of our schools. So this year we are looking to get closer to it. Cutting the 500,000 is not getting us near there. Cutting us any more would be devastating. So thank you for your time.
Who else would like to speak?
My name is Peggy Marolda Halloran, and I do not really want to address money other than to say that I do not believe that throwing money at the problems that I see going on in the public schools in Winsted is the answer at all. I live on a street with a lot of children. My own child, my grandchild, who I'm raising, does not go to public school in Winsted, nor did I, nor did any of my children, and we went to Catholic school. Catholic school is obviously not for everyone, but there are things about Catholic school that the public schools could take a lesson from. The children in school, in the public schools, and I don't just hear this from adults, I hear this directly from the mouths of the children who hang out at my house every day after school, are bullied, they're treated poorly by their classmates as well as their teachers in a lot of cases, and they complain about it to me. And it bothers me because my grandson goes to Catholic school, and none of that occurs in the Catholic school. And we all know that the Catholic schools' budgets are way below the public school budgets, and yet somehow or other they raise children that are respectful, polite, caring, kind, treat their classmates like siblings. They don't put them down, they don't beat them up. Something is seriously wrong with the Winstead public, well, it's nationwide. I've done a lot of research. And the whole problem is that discipline is non-existent. And when a teacher does, and it was mentioned by another woman earlier, does try to discipline a child, the teacher is disciplined and the child is just not dealt with at all. There are children in this school, and I could name a couple because I do know who they are, but I won't, who have kicked, spit on, bitten, sworn at, punched teachers, and nothing happens to the child. And while this child is creating this havoc in the classroom, instead of removing that child from the classroom, and this, you can all deny it, any of you that want to, I know this for a fact because I've been told it by teachers, paras, aides, as well as the children, that the child who is acting out is allowed to remain in the classroom while the other children who are really there to learn are brought out into the hallway to stand twiddling their thumbs while this other child is allowed to continue pitching their fit, and the kids that are there to learn and are not acting out are being punished. They're the ones who are losing out. The child who is misbehaving should not be in that classroom. And if it continues long enough, and in this particular instance, this child I know is a problem at least twice a week, should be removed from the school.
You're at 3 minutes, so please begin to wrap up.
Okay. My point is throwing money at problems like children who have no respect, who are not being taught respect, and the teachers who are not being backed up, throwing money at those problems is just stupidity. It solves nothing. Money is not the answer. Programs is not the answer. Simple, respecting the teachers, backing the teachers, which they are not being backed by the administration whatsoever, is what has to happen. Forget about your money, forget about all your arguments about money. Focus on the children and let the teachers do their job and discipline an unruly child when that child needs to be disciplined. And then back the teachers, because why should they put themselves in harm's way every day, getting kicked, spit on, punched, bit, if no one's gonna back them up when they send that child to the principal's office? It's a disgrace.
Please make sure you sign it.
Oh, okay. That's all I have to say. I'm outraged by what happens. And the children themselves who live on my street hang out at my house, and I hear these stories from them. They're not making it up. No one's coercing them. This is out of the mouths of babes. So I know they're true.
Who wishes to speak next?
Is it possible to speak for a second time?
Yep. This is a new round.
John Pollock again. I was just listening to this young lady over here speaking, and I've heard that so many times. And I was just wondering if the selectmen sometime, if it's possible for them just to take a visit at the school unannounced and to see exactly what goes on. I've heard stories what goes on in Winstead, and I just shake my head. Like she mentioned, the kids from the Catholic school to have respect. When I was young, I went to Riverside School in Torrington, and we had like 40 kids in the class, and we had respect for our teachers, and I learned a lot of stuff. We didn't have problems with the kids. If we did, we would bring them down to the principal's office, and they would stay there. And then the school and the teacher and the schoolroom would go back to order. We didn't have stuff like what's going on right now. This is ridiculous. Spending more money to take care of stuff that it's not working. It doesn't take a genius to see it. So my suggestion is, if some of you guys and ladies, excuse me, have a chance, if you could walk into these schools unannounced and see exactly what goes on here, I guarantee you're gonna open up your eyes and you're gonna decide that throwing more money into the school budget is not what we need here. We need more discipline, and we need people who are able to handle the school, and if they have to tighten down on it, that's what we need. We just don't need any more nice stuff. Thank you.
Who else wishes to speak?
Hi, I'm Chrissy Rylander, 46 East Mountain Ave, Winston. First year Board of Ed member, but most importantly, a parent in Winston. I do just want to actually comment on the last two comments. The school environment has changed significantly, especially since COVID. There are behaviors that the teachers are expected to manage, and I feel like that the arguments that were made by the last two public comments actually proves the point of why we need more support staff in the schools. It is to support the students who are struggling, but it is also helps to maintain a classroom where all of the students can learn and our teachers can teach. I do actually have some notes. I have a couple comments to make, so I'm sorry if I jump all over the place. So I wanted to comment on that. I feel like that is not an argument against supporting our schools. That is actually a very, very strong argument for supporting the budget, because the students and the staff need support. Okay, another thing I did want to comment on is the comment that the Board of Education budget is a line item. That actually I found very disheartening. I view our town budget, nothing in our town budget should be viewed as just a line item. We are talking about the livelihood of our community, the future of our community, and all of the residents and taxpayers who live in town. Nothing should just be viewed as a line item that needs to be slashed. So I did also want to point out that we live in an 1,100 square foot home in a working class neighborhood here in Winsted. We live paycheck to paycheck. There's no extravagant savings. We struggle with the inflation costs just like everybody else. And we are much more likely to sell our home and leave town if the schools are not supported than we are by a tax increase. Even with our limited income, we understand the importance of a strong school district, not only for our fourth grader and second grader, but also for the strength of our community as a whole. If we want to get roads consistently repaired, if we want to be able to take care of infrastructure in town, we need to be putting the money where we are going to get the most back from it, and that is the education system. It is going to increase home values, which will increase tax revenue. It is going to bring more families into town, and it is also going to bring more businesses into town. If we are looking for the smartest way to increase our grand list, it is by investing in our schools. I am also to the Board of Ed. So again, first year Board of Ed. We are on the verge of really looking at the financial and structural complexities of the Board of Education. Our board approved Dr. Luby to do a study with an independent source, a study to find us the most efficient and financially responsible way to educate all of the children in Winchester. We cannot completely destroy the schools before that study even starts.
That 3 minutes, begin to wrap up.
Okay. So let us do the study, support the schools so our kids can still get a good education. We're not coming back even further. from that. And also please let the community make the decision. I know last year it was only 8 votes, but it was 8 votes and it passed. So please let the community make the decision. There's also going to be a new question asking, vote no, is it because of too much or too less? That will help guide you in a direction when it comes to the second referendum if necessary. Right, thank you.
Who else wishes to speak?
Matt Smith, 662 East Wakefield Boulevard. I just want to take a moment to thank Kurt for coming up here and clarifying a few issues. The first being that the reason why Gilbert wasn't here last week was because they're on vacation, and they had family vacation, and they weren't here to be here. Tonight, I know that they also have a trust meeting, so there are conflicts there. Otherwise, I certainly would think they would be here. I also would like to commend Kurt on clarifying the issue with the commissioner when they visited the commissioner. I think he's doing a great job with that, and I hope he succeeds. But one of the things that they really are looking for us to do is to follow suit and have some sort of binding agreement or contract together and work together. In 2023, there was a report as such, and I have a feeling after we go through the next, I guess it's in September, that Ms. Rylander said that report's going to be coming back in. I have a feeling it's going to point down the same road. But the other thing that miffed me about that was in the discussion, Kurt said that he did speak with Mr. Susi. And I think that's wonderful, and it'd be nice to know what the numbers are. But I'm very perplexed why a superintendent would not be the one doing that. A superintendent has the knowledge of the budget. A superintendent knows how to speak to another superintendent. A superintendent would basically go, oh, you want to give me $150,000? No, that's not going to work because we're giving out this percentage. And we need $300,000. And you can probably cut in that line because I've heard this, that, and the other thing. It doesn't really matter, but they have the knowledge to speak on the same language. So I have no idea why something like that would go on. And I hope when you have your questions, you, the selectmen, can ask those questions and find out a reason. Because it does not make any sense to me, from a negotiation point, running businesses, running anything else, that you wouldn't have one head not negotiating with the other head. And usually, you would have your finance people there and everything else to get the job done, get it done well, and get the best reduction you can to help the taxpayers in the community. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else? Anyone else wish to speak?
I do.
Let them speak and then.
Sorry. I'm Peyton Call.
I'm Rachel Maxwell. We live at 77 Pratt Street. I am a mom of a 16-year-old student that goes to our schools. I'm also the grandmother of another student. I just got custody of him, so his education is also important to me. She's been in special education since she was in kindergarten. She was also an out-of-district student for many years, just so I felt she would have better needs met with a different school, and they had better education, special education. The director of People Services a few years ago convinced me to bring her back into district because you guys have progressed and schools are better and there's more education or special ed. With that, I feel that any cuts to special education would not be beneficial. Already I feel that there is a lack of special ed help. My grandson, he has speech disabilities. So by cutting those, there's not going to be enough for all of the kids. There's a lot of special ed kids in the schools, which I have noticed. We weren't prepared for this. We just were like, we gotta go. Do you want to say anything regarding like your special ed?
Yeah, sure. So I have dyslexia. That's a reading disability. It's hard for me to read.
and comprehend things. And since I came here in 6th grade, so I went to Pearson. And Pearson, they weren't the best help for my dyslexia. They kind of pushed me off to the side and made me figure out my own. And then I got to Gilbert Middle School. I had quite a bit more help. It was a lot more helpful. You know, they taught me how to read better, how to write better, you know, how to do math better. I feel like cutting this is just not going to help other kids, because that takes away from kids like me who really need, like, the special ed teachers that really need to help these students.
The one-on-one support.
Yeah, the one-on-one support.
And I do, as a parent and a grandparent, I do outsource, and I do take them to private, you know, speech pathologists and different things to help, you know, with the speech. And, you know, she's also had tutoring and whatnot. So I'm not solely relying on the schools either. But it is beneficial to have that extra support and the help from the school. I feel that the Director of Pupil Services is amazing advocate for our kids. I think that she definitely fights and, you know, helps and keeps us on the right path. Whereas in the past, when Peyton was little, I had to hire a child advocate to help to get her goals met. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I guess that's it.
You're
All right,
16?
thank you.
I'm 16 years old.
You would have never caught me up there at 16. Good job. Good job. I'm sorry, I had to say that. Great job. 16. Great job.
Somebody over here wanted to speak?
Yeah, I know. So I wrote things down so I can talk easier. So, about the special education part of it.
You gotta give your name.
I'm Lucy. Nice to meet you. So good evening. Having grown up with ADD for most of my life, I know struggles of special education. Luckily, I grew up with a school that basically was a building for special ed. My point being is, I understand the challenges of achieving success without adequate support. As a mother to an 8-year-old who has attended Pearson and has a learning disability, I am aware of his struggles as he expresses a daily reluctance to attend school. My perspective is that the financial aid alone may not be the most effective solution. I believe that allocating funds towards this, special education facility would be beneficial to the town than simply increasing the general budget. Thank you.
Just make sure you sign in over here.
Yeah.
Who else wishes to speak?
Hi, Renee Waldron, 111 Standard Avenue. I am a special education teacher. I've been doing it for 23 years, and I love it. So, but anyways, I was here for the meeting the other night, and there's a couple things I just wanted to address. Education is not just a line item. Minimizing the impact education has on our children, our families, and our community is simply unacceptable. And let's be clear, many of those impacted are voters in the next municipal election. Because there is something more important than politics in this town, and it's families. There is no real conflict between the town budget and the education budget. Send the budget to the taxpayers and let them decide. What are you afraid of? That it will pass again by 8 votes? That's a good thing. And why subject the superintendent to unnecessary scrutiny when she is the one consistently showing up? Hi, Julie. She's here. Answering your questions and working to manage rising costs responsibly. As much as you want Gilbert to reduce its budget by a specific amount, history tells us that's not how this works. You, the Board of Selectmen, cuts the education budget first, and only then does Gilbert sometimes adjust theirs. Julie and Mike cannot make backroom deals without board approval. Doing so would risk their jobs. They can't do it without their boards. That's the reality. If you want a real solution, move the Gilbert tuition out of the education budget and into the town side. Then, when tuition increases by over $800,000, the town can decide how to cut up to 26% of the town staff to cover it. Right now, every year, the cuts fall in the same place on our pre-K through 6th grade students. It's time for that to stop. Send the budget as is to the taxpayers to decide. Thank you.
Hello, I am Rachel Gagnon, 1 Stowe Road. I'm also a business owner in town. I coach at the Gilbert School, and I have recently started subbing in the Winchester Public Schools. I did go to a Catholic school, and they were not able to discipline the ADHD out of me, but services helped. So taking away services from these children is going to be so harmful. I see with these teachers and these administrators, they love their jobs, they love these kids, they are trying so hard. Taking money away is going to be extremely detrimental, and it is going to be worse than anybody knows. And I pay my fair share of taxes in this town and would not mind paying more if it means helping the children. That's all I have to say.
Who else wishes to speak?
Candy Perez, 605 West Wakefield Boulevard, speaking on behalf of myself. I have a lot of notes. I've been taking notes from people, and just some things to respond to. You are an entity that has to cover 3 entities, right? So there's a 3-legged stool here in town. $1 has to be split out amongst everybody. So how that's going to happen and how you're going to solve this solution has to be looked at from all the entities make one, and how does one support all the entities? Bill, you at one meeting said everybody was mad at you when you didn't reduce the budget last year. That's not true. Not everybody was mad at you. Some people were glad that you were thoughtful and looked at things the way that you did, and that there are people that were happy with it. Maybe not in the circle of people that didn't like that, but that wasn't true about everything. And Paul, you were right on, actually, when you start asking about that you wanted to ask questions of the Gilbert budget. Because when you look at what Mr. Harrington showed recently, when you look at the asks, right? You look at the town side ask is about, and correct me if I'm wrong, oh no, you can't debate, 400 or so for the town side. There was about 700 or so in special education services. There was about 400 in K-6 regular education, and there was 800 in 7 through 12 regular education. And I think that's what you need to understand the difference in. All these special ed costs that people are talking about, worrying about getting cut, having worked in the schools, special education services are not going to be cut because there's IEPs that have to be followed by state mandates. That's not going to happen. What's going to happen is the K-6 regular education student, if you don't get a cut and help from Gilbert, which I'm very interested in, they know you've been struggling, and tonight we find out from outside entities that they're willing to help. I would say invite them here to the meeting with another invite, and you need to ask those questions. Or better yet, I know you're on deadline, because it has to be done by Friday to get to the papers, go to their meeting on Wednesday night and ask them for some help. That would probably be the thing that you would want to do, is to do that. The other thing I'd ask you to do too is finally get budgets from both entities on the administrative costs, because everybody's saying you're going to save all this money. So having been in school, I'm pretty good with numbers. I try to put things together because I try to find the numbers. I can't find all the numbers in the breakdown because in some budgets it's all lumped together. So you can't find them. And for administrative costs, if you let one superintendent go, be prepared for a $200,000 to $400,000 buyout, just to start with. Let's see, oh, I've also heard about this more money once we had this agreement in August. I'm still waiting to see the money. I don't know if the rest of you are, but I'm still waiting for this money because it's not here. We talked about more money tonight. We maybe get more money if we get a contract. Well, I'd like to wait for that to happen. Funding reductions will reduce services, unlike something that was also said. It will reduce services because here's the thing, is there's no extra people and there's no extra supply account that you can cut from. There's no extra custodial machine that you can cut from. It's going to come because it's coming because of health costs and contract costs. Just like some people may have gotten a raise, some staff gets raises, and the health insurance premiums are because what has happened with the ACA funds and all those kind of things that have caused this to happen. So services will be reduced if you go on the path that we hear that you're going to take just a lump sum away from the schools. The lump sum has to be distributed amongst the schools. It can't just be one, it can't be the K-6 regular ed kid. It can't just be like the social studies goes buys a new book. Oh, no, we can't. Or we can't do this, or we don't have a teacher, or we have to have more kids in the kindergarten class or in the first grade class. It can't be just one. And speaking of can't be just one, the town has things it can also go to. Because, Troy, you asked me once for solutions. You said, oh, what do you want for solutions? There are solutions. I am. There are solutions, and they're not solutions anybody likes. But it's better than taking that K-6 regular ed student and impacting just them. You have unfilled positions right now. They were unfilled for a while. Unfill it. And I know I like public works as best as anybody else, but there were all year we had unfilled public works positions, and if there's any still unfilled, you should look at that. Some positions have been advanced in this budget, have grown from where they were, and you've added money to them. You should look at that. You should look at some reductions over on all three legs of the stool to get to that one community dollar you need. Thank you. And sorry I talk so loud. I know they
Gotta hear it.
nobody can hear, so there you go. I'll sign my name again.
Who else wishes to speak? Anyone else wish to speak?
So I have a number of emails that were sent to the Board of Selectmen by people that weren't able to be here, and they wanted them read during public comment. Would this be the time to do that?
I don't think if we've all received the emails and read them, that they have to be read.
We can enter them into the record.
Correct.
I think it's important for the community to hear them, because they haven't seen them, and unless they're gonna be published, you know, they're not gonna get to see them. Plus, I found 3 in my spam filter. I don't know if you guys found those 3. So, you know, I would ask that, you know, people were unable to come to this meeting to make public comment. These are all the emails that, you know, were received in the last few days by the Board of Selectmen. I think it's important for everyone to hear what's being said. Just because people couldn't make it because they had childcare or work issues, they were out of town, they shouldn't be excluded from having their voice heard by the community at large. So I would ask to be able to read these at this time.
I would submit their voices have been heard because we've received the emails and read them. And that's the purpose of public comment, is to get the information to us.
And they will be part of the minutes, so they will be.
So I can submit all of these and they're going to be typed up into the minutes?
They'll be copied into the minutes, yes.
Copied into the minutes. So I'm going to submit those because there were 3 in the spam filter that I'm sure went to everyone's spam. So it wouldn't just go to mine. But I would say that I think it's not appropriate. We should be reading them on the record so the community can hear what they had to say too.
Well,
Is it okay if I speak again?
Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to address a couple of things that were said. Jennifer Mitchell, 95 Millet Drive. I'm also a business owner, a parent of 3 kids in our school district. Some of the things that were brought up about the behaviors and things that go on in the classrooms, the reason that those things go on in the classrooms now and didn't when we were kids, or people that are even older than I am, is because we liked to hide those kids with behaviors in one classroom where nobody could see them. We don't hide them anymore. We let them be with everybody. And what that teaches is acceptance. And what that teaches is empathy. Wrong? It doesn't teach empathy.
No outbursts, please.
Oh, my word.
You should
Anyway.
address the board, please.
I'd love to. Another comment that came up was that because it's a law
that IEPs and 504s must be followed, that means regardless of what's cut, that will somehow happen. I'm not good with money, but I'm pretty sure that if you don't pay people to do the job, they won't do the job. So if there's no one being paid to do that job because we don't have it in the budget, which is what will happen, then that will be outsourced and we will be forced to pay a higher cost. So saying that just because it is a law and that we have to do it, yes, that's true. But if we don't give the school system the money they need to pay for people in our district to teach those kids, to be interventionists, to be paras, to be special education teachers, then we have to send our kids elsewhere. And I just want to reiterate also what Rachel said. I can't discipline ADHD out of my children. I can't discipline autism out of my child. Nobody could discipline ADHD out of me either.
I'm autistic, so you're talking.
That's fine.
Please keep the outburst down.
Either way, you cannot discipline a disability. You cannot discipline a developmental delay. It's impossible. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
I just wanted to clarify one thing. At the last meeting, the Board of Selectmen asked me to reach out to Gilbert, and I did tell Julie I would do it on behalf of our board to reach out and ask, so I just want a clarification. It's not that she wasn't willing to do it. I said I would take it on me at the behest of you guys to reach out to Gilbert and see if they would participate. So I just wanted clarification on that. Thank you.
Last chance. Anyone else wish to speak?
Hello, Deb Jablonski, Wallens Hill Road. I just want to commend you all because you all show up, which we appreciate as taxpayers. And I'm getting a consensus here that the public wants us to move forward with the budget for the school as it is. I think we should see what the town says about it. Now, as far as Gilbert goes, I appreciate Mr. Warner's, he's doing his best, but we have a budget season and it's not a surprise. We know when it's coming. Dr. Luby arranges her schedule around that to be present and be in partnership with us and doing her due diligence. Why, whatever excuses that were presented tonight are just that, they're excuses. I mean, someone should be here representing Gilbert, no matter what, from the committees or boards or whatever it happens to be, not Board of Education, but superintendent and the authorities of them. So over the years, and I've been here a long time, and I think I've said this like beating a dead horse, I would advocate to have us build a school. We don't need a private school in Gilbert, in Winstead, and a semi-private and a public school. And I know you all have your nostalgia, and so do I, with where I came from. But, I deal with people all the time moving from their childhood homes that cry when they move out, they close the door. But you take your memories with you and you keep them forever. Nobody can steal those from you, ever. It's a building, it's a football field, it's whatever it happens to be that touches your heart. But you take those memories with you. You can't take the physical being of it. So I advocate that we keep the budget as it is and let the town decide. And, I'm going to advocate for the schools. I can't afford it either, but I'll try. However, I think we'll get some windfalls in time with what's coming down the pike, and maybe we'll use that money wisely. But I would like this board in future to seriously consider how we can build our own school, our own high school, have one school system, state-of-the-art for our kids, and see what that turns out to be, so that we have a foundation to go on and build from there. I've been trying to get a new school here since forever, because Gilbert has always been a thorn in our side at budget time, no matter who's running it. they have always, always put a hindrance on our budget for whatever reason. So I hope that'll be taken into consideration. And I thank you all for being here. I mean, you've all showed up all week. How many times have you been here this week? Many.
Well, this is the beginning of a week.
So, you know, it's, I mean, you're dedicated, and I'd like Gilbert to be more dedicated, but we don't see that right now. Thank you.
Make sure you sign in.
Hi, good evening. Jay Markwell, Winston resident of 27 years. 4 children who went through Winston Public School and Gilbert, and 3 grandchildren, 2 in Winston Public School and 1 currently in Gilbert. I have something just very simple to say. Every single one of you have the obligation to these children in this town, every one of you, to every single child, to give the best education possible. And one more thing, if any of you have children who are not in this school district, would you accept cutting the school budget anymore? That's all. Thank you.
I just have a statement to read on behalf of another community member. This is on behalf of Kelly Hicks. She is at 80 Hurlburt Street here in Winsted. She said, I have 5 children. 1 is a senior at Explorations. 1 is a freshman at Explorations. I have a 6th grader at Pearson, a kindergartner at Hinsdale, and an infant who is a future Winchester Public Schools student. We moved to this community in 2012 and survived the receivership, many administrators, and were actively involved in the process of school improvement that led us to where we are today. Some of the factors that were identified as critical needs for improvement during the receivership were the complicated relationship between the Gilbert School and Winchester Public Schools, which has not changed, frequent overturn in administration causing constant transitions. Now we have a dedicated superintendent who even bought a home in our town, rebuilding trust within the community, which is still in the process and requires support and a positive attitude from our elected officials, underfunding the district and maintaining the MBR year over year, which we're looking to go back to. It is alarming, disheartening, and terrifying to watch our Board of Selectmen attempt to push us back into issues we have worked so hard to improve. At one of our Board of Education meetings this budget season, Selectman Hester stood up and addressed the audience saying, wait, we have so many good things to look forward to. I'm assuming this comment meant businesses coming to town to grow the grand list. I applaud our Board of Selectmen for wanting to see growth and positive change in our community. I'm very happy with the additions we have seen. Please continue what you're doing. But also please understand that dismissing our school district as unimportant and a financial burden completely derails all of the good and positive work you are doing. The legacy you leave behind will not be a positive one despite the work you've done. You will be the board who destroyed the forward momentum of the school district. This may not be your season in life in which you are able to see the importance of maintaining a stable and appropriately funded school district, but I implore you to ask your audience right now how many people sitting in this room have moved here since 2020, specifically due to the investments we have made in our schools. I'm one of them. We cannot go backwards and still thrive. Additionally, we cannot overlook the fact that Gilbert School will receive an $800,000 budget increase this year. We have consistently heard that our students are not ready and prepared to meet the expectation they face in middle school at Gilbert. So I'm asking the board, how can it be possible to support this challenge if we increase the budget at Gilbert while decreasing staff and derailing fundamental needs of Winchester Public Schools? The simple answer is that we can't. It will only create larger gaps between the schools. Lastly, we are not the only community facing these issues in education. There's guaranteed to be movement within families seeking educational opportunities elsewhere. Let's not lose the families we have, and let's let our beautiful, charming town of Winchester be the place they seek. Let them see that during challenging times, we still choose schools, and they should invest here. Please do not cut any further funding to our education budget, and let Winchester continue moving onward and upward.
Please sign her name in the minute.
Good evening, everyone. Frank Oliveri, current member of the Winchester School Board and lives on Shore Drive. I think what's very important, we have something we can do this year that hasn't been available to, I believe, this town for a number of years, and that is to get a one unified school district. One school, high school, middle school, elementary school, run by one group of administrators. I don't know how much that'll save in the budget, but that'll give us a foundation to move forward to cover the other problems, some of which are disciplinary. And disciplinary means family, teachers, and administrators. So the families have to become part of that plan and part of that solution, not just dropping the kids off at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning and letting the teachers handle that. So if we work on those problems, the money issue will go away. It's not to solve the money issue first and leave these other problems brewing. So let's solve the biggest problem, one administration, one good school district, and disciplinary throughout the whole program. Thank you.
Frank, make sure you sign. Frank, sign. Who else wishes to speak?
Hey everyone, Nora Makarski, 605 West Wakefield Boulevard. I serve currently on the Winchester Board of Ed. I've been serving for now 11 years on the Board of Ed. First, I'd just like to recognize one more time Barbara Severio's long-standing service here in the Winchester Public Schools. She's seen a lot, she's been through a lot, with grace, with decorum, and she's the epitome of a professional in the system that she works so hard for. And I'd also like to recognize the faculty and staff and the others behind us tonight for being out here for supporting our kids. This is not an easy task, I recognize that. And I know that the budget that the Winchester Board of Ed had passed was something that was closely looked at, scrutinized, examined. There is less than 1% of discretionary costs that we could ever cut. As mentioned before, it's all contractual and insurance increases, and that's just the reality of it all. So education is an investment. It's movement forward in our community. And so one of the things I want to recommend or recognize is that we've invested in a Pearson roof. We've invested in a new school at Hinsdale with renovation. The town's support to education has increased over years so that we can open our doors every day. And our scores have increased with pre-K through 6 through the hard work of multiple people, receivers as well as superintendents, working with the other school district, if you will. And it has not been easy, but collectively we've moved the school system forward so that students have performed and been recognized by the state of Connecticut. SSOs are now instituted inside the buildings to make sure that there's a safe environment. So retention was one of the board goals. I just want to bring that up and remind that to yourself so you know. We've had several goals, but retention is one of the critical ones. A healthy school district is one that keeps its teachers on average 15 years. That means keeping new teachers, training them, and keeping them moving forward consistently in our classrooms. New teachers, if they're not retained, will stay for 2 to 3 years, then leave us. And that is one of the critical problems we've been trying to solve. And that is, in its cornerstone, the reputation of this district. We've moved slowly the district's reputation. And this community has invested in this district and its reputation. And there's parent support for it. As mentioned to you, cuts will not be borne by special ed programs. Cuts will be borne by regular ed programs. So that's something we need to consider. That all of our students will be hurt, and retention is a key component of this. Teachers are watching us tonight. They're watching and listening to everything you're saying. And in fact, some of them might be tomorrow asking for letters of reference. And that would be very unfortunate. That's the reality of the situation we're in. As an educator for over 30 years, I will tell you that everything you say tonight will be measured by those teachers watching live right now. We need to hold on to them. You need not touch the education budget because it is absolutely a promotion of our community as a whole and a massive investment that we're already there with. Let's go all in, not half. Thank you.
Who else wishes to speak?
So I have a statement from Melissa Bird, who was unable to be here, and she did not send it to the board. This is, I'm deeply concerned about the additional proposed cuts to our school budget. The Board of Education has already reduced its budget by $500,000. At some point, these budget adjustments become decisions about whether our schools remain viable. We all understand the pressure of the town budget, but the reality is that education is not just another line item. It is one of the primary drivers of a community's stability, property values, and long-term economic health. And importantly, this is not a system decline. We are a district that has been improving. The state's EdSite report shows real progress in academic achievement. That progress didn't happen by accident. It came from hard work, collaboration, and what was a growing alignment between educators, leadership, and the community. The schools have improved student performance, and the Hinsdale School was completed under budget in 2023. A $16.8 million investment was delivered responsibly. The state's EdSite report notes that our district has made significant strides in academic achievement. Winchester started a course to improve our school system, and it has been working. If you look at towns like Avon, Simsbury, and Farmington, their success was not the result of one strong budget year. It is the result of consistent, sustained investment over time. Those communities have built high-performance school systems by protecting stability. We are finally building that same momentum here in Winchester. Cutting deeply now risks undoing years of progress and sends a message of instability just as we are beginning to move forward. Families choose to live based on the strength of the school system. Strong schools attract new residents and support property values. This is not only a school budget decision, but it is an economic development decision. Defunding our schools is in effect an assault on our town's economic future. The Board of Education has already made significant reductions. I urge you to consider not just this year's budget, but the long-term trajectory of this town. Thank you, Melissa Bird, 75 Meadow Street.
And I just wanted to say that since we aren't reading the emails that came in, I just wanted to point out that, I mean, I received 33 emails over the last week or so. I believe we all received the same emails. Every single one of them was in support of the education budget.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Tim Strahan, 258 Colebrook Road. Just wanted to get up here again and say the same thing as many others. I think you should just pass the budget as it is, let the town vote on it, let the town voters at referendum tell you how they feel. Right now, there's going on in Hartford the possible strap funding the Republicans proposed. Lamont has, I believe it's now up to $175 million potentially for the interim being dispersed to towns. We won't know about this until after you guys have to make a decision. But we may know before the referendum, and then the voters can make a more educated decision on that. Any decision you guys make, I think, based on what's going on in Hartford, is preemptive. And honestly, I feel bad for you. Your hands are almost tied there with this potential funding because you need to give an answer before you have an answer. Kind of stinks. There's also, I believe, a study going on in the ECS that the whole state is having this problem. There likely will be more funding next year. We have to make it through this year. How much that'll be, I don't know. The numbers I've found some say with the interim funding, we might get $500,000. That's what you're looking at for one of the cuts, I believe. That's the $500,000 right there. It's just, don't cut now when it will, as Candy said, hurt the regular kids. The special ed kids like my son, they're more protected, and we're gonna be forced to pay for them, but it's gonna hurt the regular kids. But you cut $500,000, and I don't know who's near the edge. Kathy Gabrielson could give you better answers of who, or I don't know how much she can say with different stuff similar to HIPAA and medical, but how many kids might be displaced? 140,000 on average. Now, they're gonna be lower end, probably cheaper kids than that if any get displaced. You take 3 kids at 100,000 that get displaced at a $500,000 cut that hurts every kid. Now we saved $200,000 because you wanted to cut 500,000, and we still hurt every kid in this town. It stacks up, it builds, and I think any cuts are short-sighted, hopeful savings without looking down the road at the potential impact and how much it truly can cost when it compounds by not having these supports in network and able to take care of kids and get ahead of the problem. You're just, as everybody says, kicking the can down the road. You're hoping for a low number, and we're gonna have problems potentially with that. I think it's just quite short-sighted, honestly. That's all. Have a good night, and thank you for all the work you do. I know it's tough.
Thank you, Tim. Anyone else? Anyone else? Last chance. There will be another public input a little later in the meeting. Item 4, new business. Discuss, possibly act on the fiscal year 26-27 budget.
So with us tonight, we do have both Tom and Anne Marie from our finance office. Looking for a little direction from the board. Where would you like to start? I did email, I believe it was Thursday night, the scenarios that were talked about at the last Selectmen's meeting, which I believe was Wednesday night. We could start there. Tell me which direction we want to go. Because that's going to rely on if I'm bringing support staff up, not staff up. I turn it to the board.
I think the first thing we need to do is get ourselves to the, what is on our sheet here is scenario A, which takes out the $821,000 for funding of the handful of roads that we had proposed not last Wednesday, but last Monday. So Paul, if you've got that list of roads, I think we should start by, it was determined in our discussions that that list of roads was fairly unpopulated, and frankly, in a budget as tight as we have right now, I would think we'd want to move forward and remove that part of the budget. So if you've got the list, I think we can start with motioning that.
I do have the list. Bear with me. So on that list was Old New Hartford Road, reclaim and pave $400,000, intersection aprons for $41,000, Ledge Drive, peel and pave $105,000, Winchester Ave, peel and pave $81,000, Gaylord's Road, reclaim and pave $96,000, Orchard Street, mill and pave $68,000, and Cornelia Ave, mill and pave $30,000.
I move that we remove the $821,000 from the working budget from April 13th, 2026 by removing the projects for the roads named by Town Manager Harrington.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Do we have discussion?
Who seconded?
You got this list, Paul?
Yes.
We need these motioned individually, so that it brings each of those line items from what they were to zero, please.
Okay.
You want
Sorry.
to amend your motion?
I will amend the motion to remove the reclaim and pave project for $400,000 for Old New Hartford Road.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
I move that we remove intersection aprons from $41,000 to zero.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
I move that we take Ledge Drive, peel and pave from $105,000 to zero.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
I move that we take Winchester Avenue, peel and pave from $81,000 to zero.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
I move that we take Gaylord's Road, reclaim and pave from $96,000 to zero.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
I move that Orchard Street Mill and pave from $68,000 to zero.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
And I move that Cornelia Avenue, mill and pave, goes from $30,000 to zero.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
I think we also need, since we discussed really four additional revenue lines that we were going to include into our 27 fiscal year budget. I think we should move to get those, I believe we have to move to get those accepted into the budget. And then once we've done that, we've removed the expenditure of the roads, we've talked about the additional $821,000 in funding towards the budget, and from there we can discuss where we go with the education budget. So, therefore, I move that we increase the fund balance injection for capitals.
Can I interrupt you?
You
I'm
can.
sorry. I apologize I couldn't be here for the meeting on Wednesday night, so I'd kind of like a little bit of leeway to discuss some of these items from the finance director's perspective. So prior to talking about increasing the fund balance injection for capitals, we need to go down to the discussion about the speed cameras. So item number 5, I understand, was proposing to increase $221,000 as a transfer in for speed cameras from Fund 44 revenue. So, hold on one second, I gotta get into the right budget here. Because Tom saved it as a new budget now, so now I have to get to it. According to state statute, we cannot use speed camera revenue as general fund revenue. There are only specific uses that we can use that revenue to supplement our budget. So one of those items is, hang on, Tom, when I get to it. Yep. So one of those items is capitals. But I'm going to step back for a minute and just talk about good budgeting practices. And one of those good budgeting practices is not budgeting for items that we have no idea what our revenue is going to be. We have no history on speed camera revenue for the town. We have nothing currently in reserves related to speed camera revenue in Fund 44. So it is not good budgeting practice to budget the use of revenue that we don't have yet. You have no idea what revenue is going to come in, and to allocate those funds to be used to cover expenditures for the town is a risky maneuver, and is really not one that we should really make as a general practice. I would say we should wait a year to determine what that revenue is. And just as we should be doing for the extra duty fund, as we do for fund balance allocation, we look at our prior year audited numbers and we say we have this in reserves, and if you'd like to allocate that in your budget, then so do, because you know that those have been audited, you know you have that revenue in your pocket to be used for the purposes that it's intended. My suggestion would be, if you would like to use funds that you think are going to come in, I would say wait the year, let that money come into the speed camera revenue, let that be in reserves, and for this year, instead of taking it out of that fund, I would say as an alternative, because we have enough additional reserves beyond the 16.7 or 17% that I believe that you wanted to set as additional fund balance, I would say take that $221,000 out of your fund balance allocation. I think that's a more conservative approach. And then next year, you take those funds, if you have money in your speed camera, and you can allocate those to your capital projects, i.e. your road and your infrastructure projects. Because that is one of the only things for us, other than road-related and public safety-related items, that we can actually use those funds for. So we cannot put it into the general fund. We would have to allocate it specifically to capital projects or to things that are related to maintaining those cameras and for public safety items. So that would be my suggestion, rather than allocating funds that we don't have yet. The more conservative manner would be to just take that 221 and add it to the potential $200,000.
So how close are we? I know that we have to keep that 17%. How close are we to that level?
So you, right now, based on our 2025 results, your base level, that you have enough capacity to pull the $400,000 or $421,000. Right now, we're at 22% of the 2025 budget basis revenue, and we're at 21.69% of our budget basis expenditures for fiscal .25. So even if you, to bring you down to 17%, you would have to maintain, I'm gonna say conservatively, about $6.8 million. And our unassigned fund balance, as of right now, we're at 8.7. So you have plenty of capacity
So
to do that extra 221. So if you did want to make that motion, Tom can give you the correct wording and the correct dollar amount that would need to be motioned, if that's how you would so choose to, the direction you'd like to go.
So what we're talking about doing is, rather than allocating from what we believe is going to be coming from speed cameras, we would not include anything on that, just want to make sure everybody's clear.
Yep.
And we would take the 200,000 that we were going to inject from the fund balance and make
The
that,
additional 221.
and make that 421,000 or $400,000.
That sounds right.
Correct.
Okay.
So if that's the direction,
So what's the language in the motion you want?
hold on one second. All right. Okay, and I just want to make sure that we're clear. By taking fund balance, the 200 plus the 221, the intent of the board is to leave the capital funding as it is right now, and to supplement and to move the buckets between the general fund and fund balance. It is not an additional fund balance injection on top of what you are planning to take out of the general fund. It is reducing the amount coming from the general fund and increasing the injection from fund balance. Is that correct?
No, it's an additional coming out.
So if it's an additional amount coming out, and the amount that is staying, that you are funding from the general fund is going to stay at a set amount, that is not going to impact or bring down your mill rate at all. So it's not going to get you to scenario A that you are looking at. So you have two buckets right now in your capital. So if you looked at your capital budget, you have a piece that's being funded from the general fund as a transfer out. That is taxpayer-funded dollars that will fund the capitals. You also have $875,000 right now that is also an additional injection from capitals. So if you look up at the screen, the total amount to be funded right now is $1,659,000. That's being funded by a combination of unassigned fund balance injection of $875,000 and then $784,000 to be funded from the general fund, i.e. taxpayer dollars. If you take $421,000 and you add that to the $875,000, that means you will have to come up with $421,000 of additional capital projects, if that's what you want to do. That's not going to move the needle. What you want to do, what I think you want to do, is change the balance. More is going to come from a fund balance injection from your reserves, less is going to be coming from taxpayer dollars. That implication is lowering the potential mill rate. That's what you want to do. Okay, so that's what we want to make sure, and we want to clarify that that's what we want to do. So, Tom, can you put in that, move that 875 to the right number that it would be? Okay, so you want to make a motion that is going to increase the unassigned fund balance injection from 875 by 421 to $1,296,000, and to do a corresponding reduction of the transfer out of the general fund to $363,333.
Correct.
So it would be this.
Okay. All right, So I move that the Board of Selectmen increase the fund balance injection for capitals by $421,000 and reduce the transfer to capital general fund expenditure line from $784,333 to $363,333.
I'll second that motion.
Thanks, Cheryl. Thank you, Bill. Any discussion on it? All in favor? Unanimous?
So the other two items that we talked about, so that we're, to get to an $821,000 revenue change, for the lack of a better term for now, until you tell us what it's really gonna be.
I'm going to speak on one of them, and I'll let you go on the other one.
Okay, which one would you like to speak about first?
I want to speak about the sale of town-owned property, foreclosed property. It kind of goes along with the same discussion that we had previously. It is not a really great practice to budget for revenue that you don't have in hand. If you don't have a signed contract, you don't know when something is going to close. And in particular, budgeting for the sale of town-owned or foreclosed property is one of those items that will create a hole in your budget. It is a one-time injection. It is a one-time revenue stream that is sort of not operating in nature. It is not recurring. And by doing so, you are creating a hole in your budget for the following year, because that is not revenue that's going to recur. So it's not permitting fees, it's not the stuff that comes in on an ongoing basis that we have a historical information to budget for. So when you do that, it's great if you get it in. It creates a surplus and hopefully will increase our reserves. But to budget for that as an operating item is problematic and risky, because it potentially can create a problem and a deficit position if the money doesn't come in the 2027 budget. And additionally, if you had it in your budget now next year, how are you going to make up for that $200,000? Where are you going to get that line item? Because it's not really an operating item.
And everything you've said so far is exactly what's been going through my mind for the last 2 or 3 days.
It happened to me when I was in Plymouth. The mayor was adamant about we were going to get $350,000 in foreclosed property, and you know how much of that came to fruition? Big zero, a big nothing.
Right.
So we ended up, now you have to find $350,000 of savings on your expenditure side to make up for that potential. If you get the money in, that's fantastic. It's just not. It's not a good budget. It's not a conservative budgeting practice that we should make a habit of, I don't believe.
To put it in context, when you're looking at $200,000, and I am rounding, up on the screen you see a value of $1 million. It's just over $1 million. Whether you decide to do the town-owned property or not, if you don't do it, you're just adjusting whatever scenario up 0.2 of a mil. If you don't do it, so take all those scenarios that you see on the paper. $200,000, roughly 0.2 of a mil. We're fortunate right now that 1 mil equals $1 million. So if you're thinking which direction you're going to go, what effect does it have? 0.2 of a mil, either direction.
So as a group, on Wednesday, we discussed these 4 scenarios as revenue things that we wanted to consider including into the budget because of the extreme circumstances that we're facing this year. So I think we need to discuss as a board, are we ready to abandon these 2 other items? Because I suspect the same conversation is going to be had about the tag sale, or the tax sale.
That I can see a little bit more on that end of it. You have the tax thing now in the following year, you may potentially not have as much to put into your past due line item. That may be the case.
But you would also hope that the properties that were part of the tax sale now are paying taxes regularly and that revenue would stay.
Correct. So I think there's less of a risk than there is with the potential for the sale of property that is simply a one-time revenue shot that is not an ongoing it's not an you know, you're trying to pull out and not budget for those anomalies that aren't going to occur on a regular basis. At some point in time, you're going to run out of hopefully foreclosed and town-owned properties to sell, and you no longer have that line item, you know? So, I mean, it's obviously up to you guys what your risk is, what the problem, and I see from the financial perspective is once you turn this over and once we have an approved budget, now it becomes my problem, and it becomes Tom's problem, and it becomes Paul's problem, because when that revenue potentially doesn't come in, now we have to find a way to manage the budget so that we end up in a surplus and not a deficit.
But you feel the issue with the tax sale income
I
is not as.
think is less, right, because you're always going to have past-due taxes, and that always fluctuates on an annual basis.
And we are doing that. It's not something we're thinking
Correct.
about doing. We actually have a lawyer hired, and that's all
Correct.
going forward.
Right.
I got a question for you, Anne Marie. Are we being conservative on the tax sale? Can we go up and meet the sale of land number? So we're asking for 200 and 200. Can we get 400 from?
I don't know, because I have not,
You looked at that list.
I don't know, and that's,
That list still being combed over by the attorney, Attorney Cohen. I'm not comfortable giving you a number until, you know, he feels these properties would potentially sell.
But you're still comfortable with the 200?
I'm still comfortable with the 200, yes. To Troy's point, or Selectman Lemire's point, I'm not comfortable tonight.
Giving us
coming
another
off.
Weren't we at like 900,000 or
It's
something?
like 860, but let the attorney do their work. Let them look at it, let them make
Just
sure.
trying to make up some revenue here.
You know, there are, you know, carve-outs of if, you know, bankruptcies, they may fall below that $10,000 threshold. There's a lot of moving parts. And to Anne Marie's point, you go anymore, you're gonna create that bigger hole into next year's budget.
and we understand that sometimes there's a need to, there's really a need, and obviously in this situation where you're potentially looking at an increase in your mill rate, that you want to, I don't want to say push the envelope, but you want to make sure that you're budgeting enough revenue so that you're not taxing the residents. But there's a balance between pushing it to too much, where you've now you've gone beyond what we
That's
really
why
should
I
be,
asked
right?
you.
You've gone beyond the
tax sale
conservative into the risk category, and
Big,
now
big,
I'm not
big.
a really, on the finance side, I'm not a really big risk taker on the budget.
All right, so we could make a motion on the tax sale.
So I move that the Board of Selectmen increase the property taxes past due revenue line by 200,000 from 350,000 to 550,000.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
So that leaves us down to the sale of town-owned property. We've injected $600,000 of revenue. Now we have to decide if we're going to eliminate the sale of town-owned properties that we had talked about last Wednesday.
Well, we still have 363,000 of capital expenses that are coming from taxpayer funds, right? So if we can find a one-time revenue source to cover any more of that, or if we can put more in from our, savings, that's still an option, right?
Well, at 400,000, I don't know where that puts us in terms of our percentage in the quote-unquote savings account, but I think we're probably getting towards the end there. I don't know that we want to take, because again, this 400,000, we have to deal with it next year in the operating budget because we are injecting savings account money into the operating budget, so.
Yeah, but there's 363,000 of capital one-time items that are currently being.
Those are actual projects being done. That's part of the project being done list.
And once you've included a line item as a revenue, you can't say, well, don't buy that unless you get that revenue.
Right.
There may not
There's
be
no
enough
way,
time to do it.
there is
There's no
not
way
a way for us to hinge our capital projects on whether a portion of revenue comes in or not. We can't say to Mr. Rollins, hey, we want you to do all these roads, but oh no, wait a minute, now come February or March, don't do these because we don't have the money on the revenue side to do that.
If you wanted to make any adjustment to the capitals, you'd have to get into the list of 26 projects we're going to do and decide you wanted to cut some of those projects. And we've cut from, what was it, 59 down to 26, I think was the number?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
59 out of 26. While you're chewing on that, Tom found, I don't want to say an error, but we found.
I'm sorry.
Is it a
I'm
good
sorry.
error
Did you
or a
say
bad
something? I'm sorry.
Where's the money, Tom?
No.
I got a feeling you picked the wrong person.
Tom didn't find it, there's not an error. There
Where's the
was,
money, Tom?
your finance director reviewed the state aid and
We have a little
we have
laugh in the
additional.
office. We have additional, it's something.
So the note was, this goes back as far as January, when we were crafting this budget originally. Taking a look at your famous general roadway repair line. Year over year, we tend to budget in there $400,000 out of general fund plus $85,000 from LoSiP, that is a state aid program. LoSiP has actually gone up in recent years. The 85 has just stayed in our budget because that's what it's been for
It's
a long
just a
time,
couple
because
years that it was in at 85.
state aid
and-
hasn't
right.
changed much, but it did recently. So for 26 and 27, there is an additional
884.
37,884 that you can add per year. So when you add,
So in our current year budget, in the fiscal 26 budget, we only added 85, we only budgeted for 85. Our actual LoSiP funds are 122,884, something like that. So we can take what we are getting in 2026, put that into the 2027 budget, and then shore up the 85,000 that is in your 2027
So roughly
draft.
$66,000.
76,000.
$76,000.
Correct. So that'll bring the grant funded piece to 160. That will increase your total funding for road repairs to 560, 768 instead of 485,
Which is good.
which is
I think
good.
that's
with
gonna
no
help.
mill rate impact, yes.
Right, with no mill rate impact.
It's not gonna help, but it's good.
Now, I don't want to really give you the option, but you have the option if you wanted to drop the $400,000 by that 76. But now you're going below that baseline general fund funded taxpayer dollar piece of it that you're looking to increase your roads. So, you know, I take that as a kicker, and now you've got another $76,000 to do some more work.
But we will need a motion to inject the $76,000
To adjust
into
that
the LoSiP line.
I'll make that
Wait a
motion.
minute, hang on, before you, real quick, that would still leave the 485 standard budget amount for road repairs, right?
It's going to add the $76,000 to it. It's actually going to bring it to 560.
Oh, so you're adding it to the road repair?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
I'll make that motion to add it to the road repair line.
Give that to him. Number 5, 6, 7, something like that. What is it?
Six.
Number 6, I move that the Board of Selectmen increase the general roadway repair state federal aid funding by $75,768 from $85,000 to $160,768 for a total project funding of $560,768.
Second. We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
So that doesn't lower the mill rate or anything, that's just.
more road.
No, that's just more road.
That
That's more road
fixes a
money.
few more potholes.
Yeah, that's about it.
So we're back to that pesky sale of town-owned properties again.
So I think originally our intention was to come up with that $821,000 to cover those road projects that we had put in the budget. So I think we're okay if we don't do anything with that.
Well, our scenarios that we ran on
It'd just be
Wednesday
2 times
night
higher.
were factoring in.
That extra 200 grand.
Exactly. We were taking out the 821 and we were counting the $821,000 in revenue that we were adding to the revenue side. So all of those scenarios will now be $200,000 short without the sale of town-owned properties line.
So just to level set right now, every official motion that's been made has now been casted. This is where you stand right now.
Correct.
With all the official motions that are on record. Mill rate of 31.12, 1.95 mill rate increase, 6.69.
So again, Mr. Harrington, I'm gonna ask you, can you dig into the budget bag and come up with $200,000?
When you say come up with $200,000, do you want to cut in service?
Or are you looking for revenue?
I'm looking for revenue to lower the mill rate.
We've met every day last week. We met again today. We have racked our brains on every possible scenario. You see Emery and Tom. Yeah.
Start a cafe out in the hallway.
We've crunched the revenue side of the equation multiple times. We've done it, and we actually found, a $76,000 error, so that was good that we kept going
So
back.
without charging 25 cents for coffee and water, that's it, you're
at your limit.
So
What you're
therefore,
saying.
what I think we'd like to see now is what does the budget look like with a $500,000 reduction, the $800,000 reduction, and the $1 million reduction that we had in scenarios B, C, and D? With the,
So you're gonna just add 0.2 to each of those numbers, well. So B, C, and D, you're gonna add, it's gonna be 30.63.
what is the actual tax percentage?
So this includes a $500,000 reduction here.
So it becomes 34.6, and we're looking at a 4.41 increase.
Yep. 1.29 mil increase, correct.
That's for scenario B, correct?
Yes.
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 And that's what, 4.41?
Can you give us scenario C, which is the $800,000 reduction?
It's the
This
wire.
is-
I gotta get the wire replaced.
It's when I switch between tabs,
Yeah.
but this is scenario C here. This is an $800,000 reduction. That is a 3.98% tax increase or a 1.16 mil increase. It's because it's in 10,000.
Oh,
So
okay.
swings a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then finally, the million?
Yep. That brings you here to a 0.96 mil increase or a 3.3% tax increase. Mill rate of 30.13.
So that 200,000 took us from a 2.61% increase to a 3.3% increase.
So if you look in that scenario, that 2/10 of a mil, you went from 0.76 to 0.96. So it's 2/10, and then, there's percentages. The math works.
See, the 2.61% tax increase was at the very least below the rate of inflation for last year. So we were trying to keep it somewhere in that general vicinity. Now the tax increase is actually greater than the rate of inflation last year. So we'd have to reduce expenditures by $1.2 million to get back to that 2.6 tax increase, essentially.
Correct.
And if you're looking to take that out of the education budget, you're devastating the schools. Because that'll come out of the K through 6 regular education. We will lose our security officers, we will lose teachers, we will lose services, we'll have a shorter school day, which will screw up the bus schedule for everyone, parents scheduling. That's not responsible. We had a meeting today, Paul, Kevin, and I participated in the meeting with the education commissioner, with her legal department, legal advisor, her legislative advisor, and her finance advisor. And we were talking about the situation that we were in. And one of the things that was made clear, and Paul can, kind of pointed out as well, is, there was this talk, and it happened here, there was talk about how if we just had a contract with Gilbert, we'd get more state funds. And that's what the Commissioner of Education told everyone. She denies that. We asked her, I asked her, brought it up twice. That's not it. That does not affect our state funds. So if anyone's got that in their head. The other issue that we brought up is that we can't do a contract with Gilbert that would satisfy that study, because the study requires it to apply for tuition to be factored into the contract. And Gilbert, to date, and Dr. Luby can confirm this, will not agree on tuition being part of any contract, even a formula, anything. They're willing to go talk about joint curriculum committees, they're willing to talk about this, but they won't. So we're not gonna have that. So let's not even think about that we're gonna save money with Gilbert in any manner through a contract, because they're not willing to give up the statute that allows them to bill us whatever they want. And, what I do appreciate that they did reduce their ask by $250 by putting money from their $2.3 million slush fund. And so instead of asking us for an additional $1.2 million, $1.5 million, they asked for $844,000, something like that, increase. We're at, the Board of Education did our job for us. They cut the education budget by $500,000, which we're losing services that we need, that our children are entitled to. We cut this any further because you want to maintain the cost of living. Well, inflation's gone up, health insurance gone up. Dr. Luby looked at all different sorts of scenarios to try and cut everything. None of them's pretty, and they're all devastating if we do it any further. I say we send this budget to the townspeople, let them decide in the manner that we spoke at. And you heard many people come in here and say that. And the letters that we've got that are going to go into the record, many more people said, let us vote on this. We've examined this. There's no way to bring any more revenue in. We've done what we can, so we've tried to reduce the ask. We've looked at reducing, we got rid of the assistant chief. We've pared through this. I mean, I've gone through this budget and I've highlighted things that, we could take, we could eliminate every new item in here. Like we have the Historic Commission's got $8,500. We've got more money for the assessor's office, more money for, I think, the voting. We could take all that out, and we're not going to add up to more than $200,000. Not even close. And the Board of Ed already took out all the new stuff that they needed. They took all that out, plus. So this is the reality. We have health insurance and utilities are driving this budget this year. I heard comment, through the public comment about throwing money at it, just throwing money. We're not throwing money. Money's not being thrown at the education budget. There's no extra money there. There's none. We're not throwing money. And if you keep cutting, if you cut any further than it's already been cut, it's going to hurt this town and these kids. As you heard, our principals saying it takes years to undo the damage. Years. We've spent years undoing the damage, and now we don't want to go back. So I make a motion to accept the budget as is right now and to send it to referendum.
We have, all right.
You're hitting my box. So
We need to deal with a motion that's on the floor.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I just wanted to, since we're a finance board, I just wanted to talk about like actual numbers. I know there's a lot of, emotion in the room, and there's, of course, kids are not a line item, schools are not a line item, but I just wanted to bring back a little reality of like what this actually means. So if 1 mil for what I did is I took the the median assessment value in town. So the middle of the line, so if you take all the properties and you find the median is $178,000 for assessment. My own home is actually below that, so, and I was actually surprised that my home was below the median, but that's what it is. And 1 mil will cost you, the middle of the road will cost $14 per month. So that means 1/2 people in town will pay less than about $14 a month in additional taxes, and half will pay more. So if we were to cut the education budget in by $500,000, we would be saving people a little over $7 a month. The average middle of the person. Again, half people would save less than that, half the people would have to pay more than that. But that's about what we're looking at. So if we were to cut it $500,000, we'd be saving people about $7 to $8 a month on average, the median person. If we took $800,000, we'd be saving them about $11 a month. And if we cut the budget by $1 million, we'd be saving the average person about $14 a month. And that's right in the middle again. So half the people, of course, some people have more expensive properties and they would pay more than that. But honestly, most people who are struggling have properties that are worth less than that. Again, I was very surprised to find my own property, which I didn't regard as in the lower half is actually well below the median assessment. So I just wanted to bring it to real numbers. I know there's a lot of talk about like being priced out of town and all of that, but I don't know, if we were to cut $1 million from the schools, we would be saving the average person, the median person, about $14, and we would be losing that large number of positions that 4 kindergarten assistants, 2 safety officers, 1 principal, 1 social worker, 2 interventionists, 1 pre-K teacher, 2 reading teachers, 4 classroom teachers, 2 instructional coaches, 2 assistant principals, 1 nurse, 2 special education teachers, 1 special education administrator, and 1 social worker. So I think that it's important that we give the people of the town to decide, the option to decide. Yeah, they can say no. It's not the end of the world if the referendum fails. But we need to give them the option to decide. If you're the middle person, are you willing to pay $13 to $14 more a month for this? It's not, we need to give them that option.
I need to amend my motion, because I said go to referendum, it actually goes to town meeting.
Can I just take a brief pause? If any select person is going to make a motion, it should be as the following. I move that the Board of Selectmen approve a budget of, for example, $43,290,600 and an appropriation of $784,333 from the town's fund balance for one-time capital improvement projects to the annual town budget meeting on May 11th, 2026 at the Gilbert School. That one.
That one.
You went a little quick, I wasn't ready, but
Go that one.
So, since we're in the discussion phase of this motion, if we're going to keep it real, let's be real about what the budget has been for the Board of Education for the last 3 years. And let's also remember that should they find savings at some point, whether it's through unifying the schools in one school system, that any dollar amount that moves forward in this budget becomes permanent. Even if they find all kinds of savings in building a school or whatever else we do to find savings, whatever goes into this budget is permanent. We are not allowed to reduce education budgets. And if we're keeping it real, I've heard the word cut, cut, cut 100 times tonight. We're not cutting a budget. We're discussing whether or not the Board of Ed should get $2,056,000 more permanently than they got last year. That's what we're discussing here. And whether the town can afford to fund $2,056,000 more than they did last year. And if you'd like to look at it historically, in the 3 budgets that I've had the pleasure of being part of, the Board of Ed got roughly $980,000 additional the first year. They got $1.5 million last year and came in this year looking for 2.5. I see a pattern. Where is it going to be next year? A $5 million ask?
But you have to look at where those numbers are coming from, Paul. You have to look at the out-of-placement we can't touch, Gilbert we can't touch. So the only amount that WPS is asking for that can be technically touched is the $444,000. And that would reduce services. And if you keep going further, instead of just asking them not to do that, now you're really digging in and hurting the school. And while you can't cut the budget, if they don't spend the money, it comes back to us. Unless we say they
Well,
can
I'm
keep it.
pretty sure they'll find a way to spend the money.
Oh, you know what, I
One
think
thing
that's rather-
about governmental agencies, you give them money, they're gonna figure out how to spend
And I
it.
will disagree with you, because I know during my 6 years I was on the Board of Ed, there was always an effort, ongoing effort, to try to save money, so that there would be that fund at the end to try to create that safety net. But that's up to us to decide whether they get to keep those funds at the end of the year.
It is no longer.
Is that?
It is no
What?
longer a state law.
Right.
State law changed,
So
and
they get to keep it all?
any of their appropriation can go into their non-lapsing at the end of the year.
Without our permission, because it always used to be, that just changed?
Up to 2%. Up to 2%.
Up to 2%, yeah, so not all of it. So,
There's nobody that sits up here that doesn't care about our schools, okay? But the other responsibility, and I spoke about this the other night, is we have a responsibility to the taxpayers. And I know that there's there was a great rallying job by the Board of Education to get everybody here tonight and get 17 letters or emails sent to us today, because that's a machine that gets people to respond. The regular taxpayers don't have a machine behind them to create all the letters and get people out here tonight. That machine doesn't exist for them. Part of our responsibility is to be reasonable with tax increases. And to add another nearly 7% after 7% last year and 5% the year before is starting to get to the point where people say, I can't afford it. I don't have emails from all those people, because again, they're probably working today and don't have time to send us emails, and they don't have a machine.
That's implying that these people
Excuse
don't
me,
work?
excuse me, and they don't have a machine behind them rallying them together to do that. And I applaud everybody who does it. But the reality is, we have to think about more than just the Board of Education, because there's a whole other part of this population in town that says, I can't afford it. The people who approach me when I'm out and about, that go, hey guys, we can't take another tax increase.
so let them go and vote on that.
Well,
Let
then,
them make the decision.
if that
on the
was the
ballot
way
vote.
this was meant to work, then Paul would create a budget and send it to referendum. You see, we are hired or elected to be leaders. We get to look at the 718 pages. The general public doesn't get to look, or doesn't take the time to look at the 718 pages. It's our job to go through the budget and move a budget forward that is responsible for not only the Board of Ed, but also for the taxpayers in this town.
So what do you want to cut from the education budget? What teachers? Which, I mean, we have a full list here, tab of all the education.
Listen,
What do you
it's
think we
not
should get
our
rid of?
job to tell
No,
the
but we're
superintendent,
leaders.
excuse me, it's not our job to tell the superintendent how to do her job. But I will tell you that out of the box thinking, it took Troy to suggest to her, well, why don't we see if any of these special ed parents want to take 10 or 15.
That's not accurate. She said that she was looking at that herself already.
Did she do anything with it other than offering the IRS 58 cents a mile or
I think
70
it's
cents a mile? No.
irresponsible
The
decision
reality
to
is,
do.
we don't see any of these meaningful ideas until budget time. Someone said it tonight beautifully. The first time we worry about how to pay for all this is in April. Not all year long, when we should be looking at our budget all year long in the Board of Ed and going, how can I do this more efficiently?
And that's changing because we're doing this study as to what to do, what unifying the school system. So that we are taking part, but we can't do that this year. We can't bring all the kids back into WPS or go send them all to Gilbert this year. So we have to get through this year. That's what we need to do. And they've made a responsible budget. And you say, you talk about being leaders. Well, you lead and show us where in the education budget you think you're willing to sacrifice the families and the kids for. Because I don't see anything in it.
I suspect that any adjustment we make to the Board of Ed budget tonight, Dr. Luby's going to figure it out, and she'll make it work. In fact, when I asked her about that, she goes, well, when I actually sit down and do it, I will look at salaries and I will make decisions based on how I can keep the most amount of people. The list that Kevin just read off is not etched in stone.
But she can't fire the higher earning teachers, just the lower earning. So that's more teachers that lose.
Not our responsibility to tell her how to get there.
Well, why don't we have a conversation, she's right here. Dr. Luby, can you enlighten us further on what, if we're doing $1 million
This is actually part of
cuts?
Cheryl, we're in a motion right now. We need
I know,
to,
discussion.
it's discussion. It's not time for public or even Dr. Luby to weigh in.
I think actually we can ask for information from people who have the information during the discussion period. There's nothing in Robert's rules that precludes that.
We are in discussion. Any discussion from the board further?
I'd just like to point out that Republican Board of Education Chair Kurt Warner is here tonight, and he said himself, he said it the best of anybody here. He said that the Board of Ed has looked through the budget and made a $500,000 cut, and he said cutting more would be devastating. That is from the Board of Ed Chair of your own party.
Other discussion? No more discussion? All in favor? 2. Opposed? 5. Motion fails.
If I may, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
the sidebar that the finance director and I had, well, motions were being made, we do apologize. So you have investment on income. It's a line item that I saw quickly when I arrived here.
Income on investment.
Did I say? Get light, I haven't eaten all day. Tom will pull it up. I have it on my screen, but you don't see it. It's down.
You got it. No, no, no.
There you go. So you can see, well,
Bigger?
this is fun. You can see we had $60,000 placed 1 year, several years ago. We ended up getting 702. I got here, I changed that number to 350. We came at 338, 300, 254. Now you go.
That's just a partial,
that's
just the partial year.
Partialized at 1031. We are set on the track rate that we're on. It's an investment on income. Year to date, March 31st, there's 568,000 in that account. We budgeted 325. If you math that out, the estimated line item on 630 would be about $748,000. Great surplus money. We'll account for that obviously when we do the audit. Currently in the budget, we do have $425,000. If I could predict the investment market, I'd probably have more money in the bank. I can't, but I just offer that up, that there is a high right now. You could create a hole. At this point, and I've been there before, every little bit of dollar can make a difference.
Is there realized gains that we could move into the general fund without creating the hole? In other words, we've already realized the gain on the investments?
No. So that line item will end at 748. That budget's been decided, so
That's this year's
that's
result.
this year,
So if
748.
you're just,
Oh, so
I
you're
think
trying
Carl's
to-
giving you
You're trying to guess
trends.
what the
We're trying to-
investment
and again,
market's
Correct.
gonna be next year?
Correct, so.
That's a tough one.
Well,
And that's why I said.
You're sort of looking at, is there anything to Troy's
there
point? Is
anything
there
that-
$200,000 that we could, replace, but for the line item that you did not make that motion for the sale of foreclosed property? And that's kind of where I started looking at my
And are you
actuals, where
both
we
comfortable
are.
with taking $200,000 as a revenue?
I don't know if I meant
I don't know that I go
I don't know if
200.
I meant to.
I mean,
I could go an
it's
even
not gonna
5.
move the needle a ton for you, but it's gonna move it a little closer to that scenario A that you were looking.
75 grand.
So another 75 you could consider into the general fund.
And again, investments are good now. The market is doing all kinds of fun stuff. We caution, and I'm gonna say we, because I know Anne Marie and Tom will both.
And Cindy.
And Cindy.
Cindy's
we
really the main
caution,
one.
You get it next year, you might not get it the following year. You could create, again, that's why we aren't comfortable at 275 more. Again, Selectman Lemire asked the question, any more revenue? You ponder, you think some more, and you start pulling even more levers, and that, it's a cautionary lever, but it gets you potentially $75,000 more. I don't know if that helps the board or not. Throw that out there.
I'm not particularly happy creating holes in the budget as before, so that's just me. There's other people up here, so.
Before we move on to the next possible scenario or ideas, I do want to clarify something I said, and I did not mean to insinuate to the parents in this room that we don't all work hard and that you don't work hard. I misspoke, and I apologize for that statement, because that's not what I was insinuating. What I was discussing is the Board of Ed does a really great job of rallying the troops. And the taxpayers without kids don't have that machine behind them. That's what I was referencing.
The machine
So-
is at the point where the children are up here advocating for themselves tonight.
I
That's where
think
we're
the
at.
use of the term machine is offensive as well.
Listen, I could pull out Dr. Luby's piece that she mailed to every parent in town. I mean, that's part of the machine. Would you like to see it again? Because I'm sure we all
The use
did.
of the term machine is offensive.
It's
I think it's
the
insulting.
mechanism by which they get all the communications
Mr.
and
Mayor, I
rally.
would like to make a motion to take a 10 or 15-minute break.
Meeting is in recess until
We have to.
Second on that motion.
You got a first and a second.
Oh, you know,
Yeah, you made a motion.
All in
You got a motion,
favor?
you got a second.
Second.
all in favor?
Okay, just want to bring the records up. Motion was Mr. Hester, followed by Mr. Lemire, and then everybody. I think everybody did. I think you got unanimous vote on that. And
Sorry, I messed up your mojo there. Your motion mojo.
Where did that come from?
I wasn't here on Wednesday, so I have no idea what y'all did last week.
I'm getting fresh air. I haven't been out of the building, so I'm getting fresh air. I'm gonna go.
All I'm gonna do is for the
Yes.
I'm a little bit late.
Yeah.
Across the whole thing,
Yeah.
but it's very well, you have records for guys. So, yes.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I think
I'm not trying to.
Mike's on. We're back from recess at 9:16. We are in discussions and possible actions on the fiscal year 26-27 budget.
You guys put up the $1 million mill rate increase in percent?
For reference, this is where we left off. We
Yep.
were at 31.12, 6.69% tax increase. The $1 million reduction to expenditures, your new mill rate is 30.13. Your new mill rate is 30.13.
Repeat that whole thing.
With a $1 million reduction, your new mill rate is 30.13. That is a 0.96 mill increase or a 3.3% tax increase.
So I'd like to make a motion that we cut $1 million from the school budget. The expenditures are $42,290,600. What's the other one I had to say?
Give him the numbers to put in the motion.
So your expenditure total was correct, it's that number there. And then the second piece of that we need is this here, the fund balance injection.
Well, no, do they have to make a motion? They have to make a motion to change the Board of Ed line item.
John,
So
bring up the
before
Board
we
of
do
Ed
that-
line.
Jump it ahead.
So give him the numbers that the Board of Ed,
Start there,
Gotcha.
do the account number.
no, you don't need the account number, it's fine, just the line item.
I can't read that from here, but
Hang on.
Does that help?
yeah.
No, move over to the
So
right.
it changed to what, 21? Oh,
No, hang on. So your motion would be to reduce the Board of Ed, before Board of Education expenditure line item by $1 million to $25,050,562.
what she said.
Do you want me to write it for you?
I can say it. So, reduce the 25 million by 1 million down to 1,056,697. No?
No, here. So it's gonna be a reduction. This is gonna be the new
Okay.
line item to Board of Ed expenditure.
So a reduction of $1 million to 25,050,562. 2.61?
No,
Nope.
don't worry about
All
it.
right.
No, you're just reducing the line item right now. You gotta take each thing in steps, so.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second, is there discussion?
Yeah, some discussion. So on page 16 of the Board of Ed section of our books, there's a historical appropriation section. And I think, I want to reemphasize that what you're asking is for our elementary school, regular education students to lose $1 million in funding, whatever that entails. Because if you look at the way things go historically, so for example, in 2023, the Board of Education budget was increased by 2%, the total budget. WPS, which covers not just regular ed, but special ed, all the way through Gilbert, all the transportation, the nurses, they took a cut of 0.8% of $100,000. Whereas Gilbert got a 7% increase that year of over $500,000. You go back to 2022, BOE, while the budget went up 1.5, the the WPS portion of the budget was reduced, was 0.1%, whereas the Gilbert budget, $286,055 at 4.1%. And you go 2021, again, negative budget, 216,000 deduction of their budget, whereas that money went to Gilbert.
So
You
wasn't
look
that
at
back when?
220 I'm still talking, sir.
Okay.
If you look at 2020, they had a negative 2.7 decrease, whereas Gilbert went up 5.7. So if we're counting on Gilbert to be balancing off your $1 million cut, it's not gonna happen. And what you're doing is you're hurting the elementary school kids, and everyone else is gonna destroy this town's viability, because you're gonna show that you don't care about education in this town. So businesses aren't gonna come in to invest in this town because we're not investing in this town. That is an irresponsible cut, and we're probably end up getting sued because we're not gonna be, because we're gonna have no assistants in the classrooms, so the teachers are not gonna be able to do their job, so the regular ed kids are not gonna be getting the education, neither is the special ed kids, because it's just gonna be havoc. You can't do that. That's why I was pointing out about, look at items in the budget. What do you think? Where do you think the fat is in the budget? It's not in the WPS portion of the budget, unfortunately, and that's all you can control. That 444,000 increase asked for the WPS is all that can be adjusted. That's the only, otherwise you're devastating, and they can't even adjust that, because that's inflation. That's the cost of the health insurance, the contract stuff. There's no room to cut without losing people. And that's what you're asking for with this. And that's outrageous. And that shows a complete disconnect about what's appropriate in a town budget, how you invest in your town, how you grow your town. We're going reverse.
If you add 6.69, nearly 7% again this year, you'll have increased over the last 3 years 19% property tax increase in a town that is not a wealthy town. Think about that number for a minute. 3 years, nearly 20% increase in property taxes. That's not sustainable.
And you also can't use Gilbert as an example with the 55%, because those years that the percentages were higher, it was when 7th and 8th grade went to Gilbert. So that's why
When did
WPS,
When did 7th and 8th grade go to Gilbert?
I really don't
It
know.
wasn't in the years I just talked about, because I was on the Board of Ed then, and they were
that has
already
something to do
there.
with that.
It was actually 2011 when you
Right.
see the 15% reduction to Winchester Public and the 15% increase at the Gilbert School. And it just goes to the 59% that Selectman Bishop pointed out the other night. That was part of that, because we moved 2 grades to Gilbert. So you have to take that into consideration.
And we
But the
remember-
reality is about 20% tax increases in 3 years.
Right, we're not dealing with the last 3 years, we're dealing with this year.
We're dealing with the last.
No, we're dealing with
Okay.
this year, and we have to focus on what the needs are of the town this year.
And what the people can afford.
And we've broken that down, how that applies.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think the goal is that we want the budget to pass, right? That's what we're going for. So what's to say, since you've called parents the machine, what's to say that parents are not going to come out and vote down this budget because it's too low?
I said the Board of Ed communication machine that gets everybody out to rally, which is how they got 8 votes last year, Kevin.
So
Listen,
that machine can go vote
I
no.
commend the parents for coming out and being part of this group. I get it. I know why you're here.
It's not just parents. I'm not a parent, I don't have kids in the school. A lot of people came in and spoke, don't have kids in the school. It's people that care about the town and the town continuing to grow, and knowing that that's an investment you do in your school system in order for a town to grow.
We all care about the town. We're all sitting here because we care about the town. Trust me, we don't sit here night after night that we're here, particularly during budget season, because this is a lot of fun, or for the $100 a month that we make, okay? We're here because we care about this town. All of us got involved because we care about this town. The problem is we can't pass off 20% increases every 3 years. It just doesn't work.
And we're not saying to do it every 3 years that way, that's not. We looked at, as you articulated at the last meeting, we have to pay catch-up in some way. And that's why we're here, because we wanted to have these flat budgets all the time. And the Board of Ed kept taking these cuts and kept having to take cuts. We can't do it. We've got to get to baseline. And even this, where we're at right now, this is not a budget that's giving our kids what they need. It's giving them what they can't do without.
This is not a flatline budget. We didn't come out and say we're not raising anything and giving it a 0% increase. Trust me, there's a lot of people in town that would love a 0% increase.
Oh, yes, there is.
Okay? We're not suggesting that. We're at 3%. Again, we're above the inflationary rate from last year. And I think personally, that's a amount we might get through referendum.
But you're not factoring in what the actual rate increasers are in this thing. The driving factors aren't just the inflation rate. Health insurance went up way more than the inflation rate
I
does.
am well aware of what's in the budget.
Excuse me, I'm still talking, Paul. And the inflation rate is higher now than it was last year, and you're looking at last year's. So if you want to factor in what the inflation rate is now, that's a whole different situation too. But you still need to look at what happened with the health insurance.
I'm well aware of what's in the budget.
I'd just like to point out once again that 1 mil decrease, actually slightly less than a mil, would be a savings for the middle of the line person of $14 a month. I still say that we should let the voters of town decide if they would like to pay that $14 a month. I also wanted to just say that, again, reiterate that just because last year, you know, as you call it, the machine, whatever, people in our town who care about our town and its future got out and voted yes on the budget. Those same people are going to look at this and say, you are not meeting needs. They're going to vote it down because it's too low. You can't just assume people vote for budgets, vote no on budgets because they're too high. So you're going to have people, you're going to have your people, you know, some people, of course, are going to vote no on any increase, I understand. Some people are going to vote no because, you know, that's just too low and they're not meeting the needs of our children. And, I mean, how are we going to get this thing passed if we don't find some middle ground?
You know, you guys say you get all these emails and everything, and I got emails today, but the people that talk to me in a grocery store, they talk to me walking down Main Street, they talk to me at the gas station, and everybody I talk to says it's way too much money. So, you know, just because they don't write an email and show up here at a meeting, because most of the people don't want to do that. They're embarrassed to talk. So I'm hearing on the street that the taxes are too high. They were mad at us last year because we made the taxes too high, and this year, we're not gonna make the taxes
And
as
I
high.
talk to a zillion people every week through my business, and I'm hearing the opposite story.
Well,
So I guess it
that's why the
depends who
town's
you're supposed
50-50, so.
Then that's why we let the
We let
voters
them
decide it.
Well, we will, as soon as we.
At the end of the day, last year we passed by 8 votes. The year before that, it took us 3 tries. We passed the year before that with 1 vote. Before that, it was 2 votes. We have residents that are gonna come out, they're gonna be dug in. We need to find a way that we can make this work. This isn't a 0 budget. It's not a 10% increase this year. There's things that everybody has taken out of this budget that nobody is thrilled that we've taken out. But at the end of the day, this board has to present a budget to the town that they think the town will support and pass. It's very important that everyone here at this table has the same idea for the town, to move the town forward. There are people that, if we put a 10% tax increase out, they will be forced out of their homes. They will not be able to afford their taxes anymore. Some of these people, when I sat in Board of Assessment Appeals a few years ago, their taxes have went up 3 times in the 30 years or 300% in the 30 years that they've had their house. You know, they bought their small shack for $30,000 at the lake. Now it's, you know, $500,000. Those people can't afford these types of tax increases. Do they have nice property? Yes, but we want to make sure that no matter how good or bad a school system is, the residents have to be able to live in the town. They have to be able to afford to live here. So we need to be fiscally responsible. And with $1 million cut, the Board of Education is still getting $1 million, $1,056,000 more than they got last year. Is it a perfect? No, but it's not a 0. We're not giving the town everything that the town wants. We've eliminated positions in the town.
We're not paving roads.
We're not paving roads. A lot of people are upset that their taxes have increased and we haven't paved their road. It's a difficult process, but this board needs to put out a budget that we think can pass. Whether it passes or not, at the end of the day, it's up to the residents. But we have to be responsible enough to send them a budget we think that they would be able to afford and support. And we can't do that up here if we just keep fighting. We need to do what we believe as a board is in the best interest of the town. Will it be unanimous? Probably not, but at the end of the day, it's up to the residents, no matter what this board does. That's all I have. Any other discussion?
You mentioned, people keep saying 10%. I just want to point out that if they were to have no cuts to the Board of Education, it's actually 6.6%. So that's an exaggeration.
And to say that the WPS is going to get $1 million in this budget is a fallacy. They're gonna get nothing, because it's gonna go to Gilbert and out-of-district placement. And we're gonna end up with more kids going into out-of-district placement, and it's gonna cost us more next year. And that's, I know you guys caucus, and you decide what you're gonna do before you come in here, generally. So this is what you wanna do. Obviously, I'm not gonna support it. I think it's fiscally irresponsible. I think we let the townspeople decide on the education budget, but this is where you wanna go. I oppose it. I will not support this budget proposal at all.
Okay. Other discussion?
And you run the risk of lots of people coming out to vote no because their children aren't supported.
All right, all in favor? Opposed? 5-2.
Just so the board's clear where we're at, that was the reduction in the line item. Now, a overall budget needs to be voted on and then sent, and also the fund balance for one-time capital improvement projects. So the overall budget is right.
Hold on.
One more double check.
I feel like the audit firm doing the Oscars here. Okay. There we go. Oops. What's this one? 262? What do you, yeah. Huh?
It's gonna be that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. 1296?
296, yep.
Okay.
You're at 42,296 under, right?
Correct.
And then
Yeah.
you're still at 784,333.
Who wants the motion?
Oh,
Bill?
Which number is this one?
It's the last one. So we're gonna do, to approve the dollar amount of the full budget and the amount of, one-time capital improvement projects.
Towards the town budget.
Appropriation of $1,296 from the fund balance.
Okay.
And Mr. Esther, if I could add, budget, annual town budget meeting, May 11th, 7 PM. Look at start time.
It's at the Gilbert School.
It doesn't have the start time, just put 7 PM.
It's that location.
Gilbert School, that's it.
I move that the Board of Selectmen approve a budget of $42,290,600 and an appropriation of $1,296,000 from the town's fund balance for one-time capital improvement projects to the annual town budget meeting on May 11th, 2026 at 7 PM at the Gilbert School.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? 5-2. Item C, 26-15, proposed line item transfers by the Director of Finance. Town Manager Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first in your packet, and we do apologize, when Terry had sent the attachments out, We don't know why you didn't get the rest of the files, but there was a correction email that was sent out earlier this afternoon. Thank you, Cheryl, for finding that for us. We don't know what happened there. First one being is coming from the, what do I gotta get, employee benefits on negotiated settlements into several salary line items. As this board knows, we did ratify 2 contract negotiations several months ago. This is just now placing the money from unnegotiated settlements, which was in the budget, into those particular line items. You'll see that there's an attached document to that transfer sheet in the amount of $78,183. I'll entertain any questions, but what we typically do, as we have in this budget that's moving forward, we have unnegotiated settlements. We do have 2 labor groups that do need to negotiate with us. Their contracts are up in July. We put a lump sum of money in there. Then once the contract's been settled, we move it back into the line item. We don't share exactly what number we're putting in there and why, because it is, still needs to be negotiated. But this is just clearing up the contracts that were ratified.
By recommendation of the town manager, I move that the Board of Selectmen approve the above action step 26-15 budget transfer 2026-09 totaling $78,183.
Second.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Paul. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. 26-16, proposed line item transfer.
This is coming from our land use office. This transfer is for a general code zoning regulation update onto the town's website. It's not something that we had done typically in the past, but with Taichi being on board, we felt that it was something that needed to be done, up-to-date information in the amount of $504.
Do we have a motion?
By recommendation of the town manager, I move that the Board of Selectmen approve the above action step 26-16 budget transfer 2026-10 totaling $504.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. 26-17.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is coming from our police department. As you'll see, unfortunately, sometimes accidents do happen, and we have an unanticipated insurance deductible expense we need to cover. We are looking to take from the 2 line items within the police department, contracted services in the amount of $3,000, and NCIC terminal of $2,000 to pay the deductible to get a vehicle fixed.
By recommendation of the town manager, I move that the Board of Selectmen approve the action step 26-17 budget transfer 2026-11 totaling $5,000.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion?
Which vehicle?
Ooh, not one of the new ones, I hope.
And is everybody okay, more importantly?
Everybody is okay. I unfortunately, a newer vehicle, not a brand spanking new one, but a newer
Police
vehicle.
cruiser?
Yes, it was a police cruiser, yes.
All in favor?
The Tahoes.
Unanimous. 26-18.
And before we talk about the last one, I was quickly corrected after a Board of Selectmen meeting a few weeks ago. The department head actually, if they're an appointed board, does not have the authorization to sign the transfer. So I put my signature on it as the town manager. This is coming from our EDC commission. They are looking to continue to, pump up Winsted as best as they can, and using LinkedIn and CTV advertising. It's a $600 request coming out of their training and education and membership and dues going to outside services.
By recommendation of the town manager, I move that the Board of Selectmen approve the above action step 26-18 budget transfer 2026-12 totaling $600.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'll note that EDC does present that. That wasn't I want to make that perfectly clear as well. EDC does come to us with the transfer and we work through it. So I didn't want you to think that it was just coming from the town. It was from the commission itself.
Public comment is coming next.
Public comment, yeah. And I was trying to be nice.
Did we vote? Yeah.
You didn't vote.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Thank you.
Unanimous.
I'm sure Tom is extra happy because he begged for those transfers to be done tonight.
Somebody's happy.
Item 5, citizens' comments. The Board of Selectmen will welcome public comments. Speakers be limited to 3 minutes and may speak once. Who wishes to speak?
Candy Perez, 605 West Wakefield Boulevard. Have no affiliation with anybody, but I am speaking from the position of a Board of Selectmen member for the past 22 years, sitting in your difficult seats. So, here we are. I like to say, Troy, you can't make your own coherent motion, but you think you made the right decision cutting $1 million out of the schools. Okay, well, I'm not here to debate you, I'm just telling you, because in public comment, unlike Todd's opening statement, we have the right to express our opinion, and there was no reason to tell people they couldn't clap or say things. The ACLU and J. Bud Hazy would come and have difference of opinions with you. There's no decreases that you made in anywhere else in the budget. The $1 million you cut from the schools is almost the same $800,000 increase that you're giving to Gilbert. Let that sink in. Not one question last year, now many questions, hardly at all, of the Gilbert School. Do they fill all their athletic teams, or do they leave some freshmen and JV numbers in there and you're still paying for that? I request the list of all increases on the town side of the budget. And then I would like to publish them, because while the Board of Ed is cutting and Gilbert is growing their $2.3 million surplus funding, there's already a $200,000 or more hole in next year's budget that you all created. Just so you know, I'll be looking forward to you next year when that number was 200 is going to become 400. Because the 200 you took from taxpayer past due money, that's a regular line in the budget, I believe, and you moved it over there. So unless I missed something, that's possible. You've been struggling with roads, but it's always been about a road bond. You're not going to make $1 million roads by doing it through a budget that you can't increase or won't increase. Let's see. Some of you here, have acquaintances that own those buildings on Main Street. I would suspect that tomorrow you might want to be talking to them about getting their buildings moving or selling them, because everyone that sits empty over there, and even though we have that thing from the COG that's supposed to tell everybody what's supposed to be there, you are leaving money on the table because you can't tax personal property or anything. That should be the conversation that you should all be having, but I hardly ever hear it. I'm going to go to the Homestead Act. You want to protect the people that are getting taxed out of their homes? Go to the Homestead Act. The state legislature did it last year. You can enact the Homestead Act here in Winston for the people that are going to get taxed out of their homes if you're worried about them. Oh, and I guess I'm going to do this one. And lastly, you talked about a machine. I want to talk about the Republican machine that just gave almost $1 million to a private entity, and last summer had secret meetings behind the scenes with a Gilbert school out of public view to create that contract. And they clearly, based on comments that were made here at public comment by some people that are part of that Republican machine, clearly continues to have those conversations with behind-the-scenes meetings, with continued attacks that happened tonight on the Winchester Board of Ed superintendent. The Republicans on the Winchester Board of Education have a responsibility to provide public education, and they have been part of some of those behind-the-scenes meetings. And we know about those behind-the-scenes meetings. They're not secret, that you have them, but they were negotiated behind the scenes, so no wonder you don't ask Gilbert any questions. No wonder when you go into their gyms and you have a celebration over something that was supposed to fix the floor, but changed the baskets, changed the bleachers, changed everything in there. Oh, but we got no money. So I don't know when I put out no signs before for budgets. I don't know when that happened, if I ever did. And I'm in the high rent district. My father was in the high rent district. But I hear there's an advisory question that may be on that, so we will advocate for that as well. But I will be putting out no signs. I will be encouraging people to say no, and then we will be going down there, because there was a compromise. I talked to Bill about it. Maybe you should have taken $250 from the public schools and $250 from Gilbert, made a $500,000 cut, gone into the town side of the budget, because I will get those numbers, and every increase on the town side of the budget that you didn't look at, I will get those published. And I also, most of you don't know this, but some of you do, we have started to talk to attorneys about the equity between the K-6 students and the 7-12 students. There needs to be equity. There isn't equity right now, not with this $1 million cut.
Who else wishes to speak?
Asbury, 233 Colebrook Road, I think this $1 million cut is totally irresponsible. It just strikes me as a number he pulls out of thin air. And it's, you know, we talked about a three-legged stool earlier. This is not equity. This is making Pearson and WPS bear the entire brunt of this $1 million hack that you do with a budget machete. This is irresponsible. This isn't looking in to see what you're going to impact. This is just whacking something like crazy. Totally irresponsible.
Anyone else wish to speak? All right, moving on to item 6, Selectmen's comments and reports. Any selectmen have anything?
I know that, I understand the system. I just hope that in this $1 million cut that our superintendent and our head of school can work together. And I know we have 2 members of the Gilbert board here. It's tough for all of our schools to bear, all 3 of our schools. And I hope that something can be worked out that will mitigate the impact to all K through 12 students. And I hope that in the future we can find a way forward that brings us together and figures out this whole system that makes us all fight and go against each other. And it's crazy. It's my first budget season. It has not been fun. I am really concerned because what we agreed on early on, I believe, was that we need a budget that everybody would get behind or it's not going to pass. And I think that by going straight for $1 million and not even discussing the $500,000 or the $800,000 option, you've just completely shown disregard for, there were 22 people that came and spoke in favor and 6 that were against or had questions. And, over 30 emails in the last couple of days. All that was just disregarded. Not even an attempt to find a middle ground, not even an attempt to go to 500,000 or somewhere around there. So what's just happened is that you've gone against what we agreed, which was we have to find a budget somewhere in the middle that everyone will agree to. And now people are going to come out and vote no. The machine that got the budget passed by 8 votes last year, that machine just flipped. And you've angered the whole town. And we better get that question on the ballot on the too high or too low, because we're going to have absolutely no idea where to go when that budget fails. Because there's no question. It's going to fail now. I mean, that 8 votes, you looked at it as if it was like this, amazing, or like this terrible thing that happened. It shows progress. You told me that like the year before, it took 3 times. Before that, it passed by 1 vote. 8 votes is progress. That shows a momentum forward. It doesn't matter. The problem overall is that there's such a low turnout. It was like 15% turnout for that referendum. We need people getting out and supporting, what we're doing, but we haven't given them anything to support. Because you've now raised taxes, which is going to anger the people who want a 0 increase, and you've just, picked a random big number, the nice round number, without even looking at like what it is we're cutting, and sliced it right out of education. So who have you made happy? Who does that leave? Who's going to vote yes? Not me.
Well, you're saying 30 people, 26 people. How many voters are in this town? 6,000?
Yeah, we need to get
So
them
we're a
out.
voice for 6,000 people.
Yeah.
So that's where you're gonna have your, yes and no votes. 6,000 people.
I hope they come out. I hope
Me
they come
too.
out.
Kevin, you and I can agree on one thing. I'd like to see Gilbert come to the table and be part of this, and that's my hope. And I still find it amazing that as of today, the superintendent and Mr. Susi have not had a conversation regarding budget. It's not up to the Board of Ed chair to do this. It's up to her to work as a team with Gilbert to bring a budget to this town that makes sense. And to date, And I asked her tonight, and she said, no, we've not discussed the budget yet. I don't know how we're at this point, and that hasn't happened. So to that end, I hope that Dr. Luby is able to work with Gilbert and come up with a mutual partnership that brings the cost of Gilbert down so it is more fair for Winston Public. And make no mistake, this board pushed through $1,056,000 of additional budget to the Board of Education tonight. She's got to negotiate with Gilbert. And I'm not happy that Gilbert wasn't here, by the way. Because I've been in the room when Gilbert has been here in these meetings, and they have worked with us in the past. And I fully expect that they're going to come to the table with something and relieve some of this pressure on WPS. But you're right, they need to work better together. And ultimately, I hope this study comes back quickly and it doesn't turn into 2 years and we're still waiting for the study. That ultimately gives us the solution that ends this problem once and for all, because it is incredibly frustrating to everybody in this town to listen to the back and forth and pointing fingers at WPS or pointing fingers at Gilbert. It's all of our kids, and our kids go to all of these schools, and I would love to see some unification and finally end the finger pointing. And whether that means Gilbert finally comes to some resolution with us or we build our own school, I sure hope that one day we're not having this discussion, and I hope it's soon.
So, I thought you were at the meeting last week here when, Kurt and Dr. Luby were here, and the whole issue of why didn't Dr. Luby speak to Gilbert was discussed. And Kurt acknowledged that she was not authorized by her board to go and speak to them. And then when we asked last week for her to go and speak with the head, Kurt said, I'll do it, I have a good relationship with them, let me do it. And yet you still want to continue to throw her under the bus and attack her, just like Mr. Smith did earlier, that why hasn't she done her job? Her job is to do what her board tells her. Her board told her not to go and do it. And when we suggested she go, Kurt said, I'll do it, I have the relationship. So that's, your comment is ridiculous in that regards. This is an irresponsible decision that this board made. It is going to, I don't think it's going to pass. And also, I continue to advocate for having the question so we have guidance when it doesn't pass as to which way it's going. This is just devastating to the progress this town has worked so hard for over the years. And you want to hope Gilbert comes to the table? I hope Gilbert comes to the table. But the historical history, okay, was that it didn't. This is my 7th budget year. I did 6 budgets with the BOE, and there were many budgets that I voted for that I didn't think was sufficient funds or whatever, but we went through and we got through everything. We're like, okay, we're gonna take this cut, this cut, this cut, so that we wouldn't have to end up here and getting it cut further. But we still got it cut further when we came to the BOS. But I went out there and I advocated for every one of those budgets. Whether I agreed with the cuts that the BOS did, whether I agreed with all the cuts that BOE, I advocated for them because I wanted to have them pass. So just like Candy Perez, this will be the first time there will be a no sign on my lawn, and I will be advocating for this to fail because it's irresponsible.
So out of the $1 million, the school is holding $400,000 in a fund, okay? Gilbert gives $300,000, that's $700,000. And then Dr. Luby told me herself that by offering parents the opportunity to drive their kids, she could probably get another $100,000. So we might be only talking about $200,000 cut to the school system.
I don't think that's exactly what you said. First of all,
Well, that's what she told me.
So I'm talking now, sir. So first of all,
Okay,
it
Counselor.
is
Is this a
where.
debate time? I didn't
Yeah, I
realize
know.
this was debate.
First of all, it was, she said, it's irresponsible. We can't compel or force the parents to be able to do it. We don't, it's totally speculative to talk about trying to create a hole. Yes, and it's irresponsible to use the total amount of the funds that she has as a safety net to try to offset it. But she's gonna be given no choice. But we're not willing to go down to the wire on the funds that this town has. We have $8 million reserved or something I was hearing. We're trying to stick to that. We want to be very careful what funds we're putting in. So And meanwhile, Gilbert has 2.3 million in their slush fund. So do you want to take the little bit of a safety net that the BOE has? So you can justify a $1 million cut? It's outrageous.
You know, I didn't hear you offer up any extra town money, Counselor, when we were debating on the $1 million vote. You had discussion. You could have said, oh, well, maybe let's take some more out of the town. You didn't offer that up, did you?
No, because I don't think
So
it
don't be
necessarily-
throwing, flags at us saying that we didn't do it. You didn't
I
do
didn't
it
say you
either,
didn't do
neither
it,
did he.
but I
One at a
think
time, please.
the issue
Yeah,
is
I'm
raised.
speaking now, Counselor.
You are. Now
You
you're
know,
not.
so you did not open up that book. So you're just as guilty as the rest of us for not looking for other ways. So I didn't hear you come up with any other cuts. All you wanted to do, send a 7% increase to the town. Well, the town's fed up. We're not gonna pay a 7% increase. So here you are.
And we're not gonna pass this budget.
That was said last year and it passed, so we'll see.
We have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?